Into our website, into UNICEF's website, because all of the funds that come in today are going directly to UNICEF. It does not pass through any kind of administrative, loophole. All of the money is going to what UNICEF is doing in Ukraine right now. And so we're going to interview two couples now, a couple, Anatoliy and Elena Konovalyuk. Right here. And they have just recently arrived from Ukraine, and we're going to find out their story right over here. And here they are. This is Anatoliy and Elena Konovalyuk, right over here. Hi. Anatoliy, good to see you. Are we positioned right? And Elena, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
You recently arrived from Ukraine, do I understand?
5 years ago.
5 years.
Yes.
And you still have family in Ukraine?
My parents still in Ukraine, yes. And
so what are you hearing, and what are you finding out, and what's going on? Have you been in touch with your parents?
yes, and just 2 weeks ago, they live in central part of Ukraine, but it's relatively safe there. But I say relatively because there is no place safe right now. And just 2 weeks ago, my city where I was born, my street where I grew up, was heavily bombed, and my parents literally saw bomb falling down from sky, and it was very terrible. We talked with them 30 minutes after that, and my mother, she was still in shock because of that. So it's nowhere safe, as I mentioned, because all bombing and rockets, and it's very scary.
And Elena, so you also from Ukraine, you have parents there too?
Originally I'm from Donbas region, it's Lugansk, and my family was able to move in 2014 from Lugansk to central part of Ukraine, and they were living in Kiev. And just a few weeks ago, it was the second time they were forced to leave their home, to leave all their life, and to escape to Poland. And I'm really glad they could had this opportunity, because it was really hard to them to make it second time. When you just pack only one bag and have to move. It's completely terrible.
Yeah. So Elena moved from Luhansk when war started in 2014, and her mother and her little brother moved as well. And in 2022, her mother and her little brother had to move again from Russian troops. So
it's not safe. While Russians are so aggressive, and I'm sorry.
I understand. Yeah, I was just going to say, I can't imagine what it's like to turn on the news and watch everything that's going on. It must be very difficult just knowing that you're so far over here and so away from it. I can't even imagine what it's like.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was buying a coffee, and I had small talk with barista, and she was like, how do you feel? And I'm good because I haven't read news yet. And she was thought that I'm talking like that because I'm Ukrainian. It's not just to read news. I need to know what's happening, because I need to know, is my family safe? Is my friends safe? Because I have friends in different parts of Ukraine. We used to live in Kiev. We have a lot of friends in Kiev. We have friends who right now fighting. And especially people from that fighting on the eastern part of Ukraine, you may not have contact with them for a long time, and you don't know, is it because of some need, military need, or because something happened to them, and it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
And it's very difficult for the children. And of course, UNICEF is all about children, and they're helping children on the ground. And I know that you're expecting a child pretty soon, aren't you? Someone told me it's imminent.
Yeah,
it's happening right away. You're due soon.
Yeah, actually, I'm due yesterday, so it was a little bit terrified to be pregnant right now, because you have to worry about all of your family, so all of your friends in Ukraine, and you see much more than the news could show, because you have lots of friends all over Ukraine, and they send you pictures, and you see much more information and much more evidences of Russian aggression and invasion than you could see just on the regular news. So it's kind of emotionally hard, and it's a little bit hard to understand that you can't go to your motherland to show your kids like your hometown, and like I do not even think I can go like to my hometown in the nearest like 10 years because of Russians, because like Lugansk and like Donetsk region, they will be highly military equipped, and it will be super unsafe for them. I can visit Kiev, but it's not like my hometown, unfortunately, and my kids won't see like the place where I was born.
Well, I don't know what to say. I wish you the best of luck. Is this your first child?
Second one.
Second one. How old is your other one?
2 years.
2 years old. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for coming by, and my heart goes out to both of you, because I can't even imagine if it was me of what I would be able to do. It's just a very, very tough situation. So, good luck with your pregnancy, and good luck with your parents. I hope they're all safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to go back to our studio in Virginia and roll another tape. I'm not exactly sure what they have up, but maybe it would be appropriate to have some of the testimonials from the kids in Ukraine. We have a tape of three people, actually two brothers, and they seem to be about 8 and 9. And I think Anna, or who's ever in Virginia, can roll that tape. It's a 3-minute tape with the three testimonials. They're not testimonials, they're just kids who are proud of the valor of the army that's helping save them, and they praying for they say, right, you'll hear, they say they're scared. They're very frank about that. They're in a basement, and let's if that's enough of a cue, Bill, I think we're ready to roll that tape. So let's, if they got it together fast enough, let's roll the tape of these three amazing kids.
Всім привіт, мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. В мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися, в підвал ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Hi, my name is Dikin. I'm from Kiev, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if my friends alive or not, because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kiev, my family left in Kiev, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав, чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики, спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто Війна – це страшна штука. Дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходити за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією.
Right.
Thanks, Steve. I think she's a little bit of a handful. Yes?
Yeah.
You were the dog kind of people.
I've done 100 pledge drives for listener-supported radio.
Right, right,
100.
right. I know.
And
You've heard it
I'm
all.
only 25, so it's a
You've
lot.
heard it all. You've done it all. We've got a few minutes, or when are we going on?
And we're back at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art here in Ukrainian Village in Chicago. And we're doing a 18-hour fundraiser for UNICEF and the work that UNICEF is doing in Ukraine. And it's very important work. As you might imagine, we've been playing videos all morning and afternoon, or is it afternoon yet, showing the work that they're doing. It's rather incredible. UNICEF works in 190 countries around the world, and I was rather stunned to hear from Beth McCausland this morning, who is with the heads up the UNICEF office in the Midwest, that the vaccinations are really one of the key responsibilities that UNICEF have. And she said almost in passing that UNICEF has vaccinated 50%, and I thought she was going to say, of the children in Ukraine in the world, since the pandemic started. And it's quite a major thing. And then this war started, and they had to remobilize. They have 120 people on the ground in Ukraine. And what we're doing with this fundraiser is raising funds to support the work. It's really that simple. So you see the URL, I think, on the screen. It's unicefusa.org/streaming, or you can go to that QR code. We've had quite a few guests with us throughout the broadcast, and we have a guest with us right now. It's Pavlo Bandriwsky. You are with the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America.
That's correct. The Ukrainian Congress Committee has been around since 1940. It was formed as an umbrella organization to unite the Ukrainians in the United States. We've been operating here in Illinois for 50 years. We're involved in making sure that the Ukrainian culture, history, and traditions are maintained, as well as advocating for strong bilateral relations with the United States and Ukraine.
And I saw you emceeing a rally a couple of weeks ago at the Water Tower. That was you, right?
That was me.
And you were pretty incredible, I have to say, because you were firing up everybody, and you introduced all the speakers, Senator Durbin and Jan Tchaikovsky. Can you tell us, from your perspective, I mean, why? What motivates any country from? I mean, it's totally unprovoked. The reasons for invading were made up. I don't understand it, what the motivation is, and it's a mystery to me, and I'm sure. But maybe you have some insight into what's.
Well, unfortunately, there is a form of megalomania going on in Russia. You know, where they are looking to rebuild or reconstitute an empire. And Ukraine is a problem with that vision, because Ukraine, for the last 30 years, has shown that it is a country that is democratic, leans to the Western values of human rights and the types of rights that we enjoy here in the United States in particular, and is a very open and welcoming society. We have all sorts of religions and nationalities living in Ukraine very peacefully. Ukrainian and Ukrainian and Russian-speaking people have lived as neighbors side by side without any difficulty. So Our mission here in Illinois, if you will, has been to make sure that our American friends and neighbors are aware of the continuous aggression, this war of aggression, and what has been characterized just recently by President Biden as a genocide against the Ukrainian people, that we are aware of it and that we take necessary actions to stop it. We've had, since January 9th, well over a dozen different protests and meetings held both here in Ukrainian Village and downtown. In addition to that, in several neighborhoods throughout Chicagoland. And we've had Senator Durbin, Congressman Quigley, Congresswoman Schakowsky, Congressman Raja Krishnamurti, Congressman Kasten. They have all been coming out to share their support with us, to give us an update on the work that they're doing, to make sure that Ukrainians have the arms to defend themselves. And we're looking at an awful situation right now where civilians that just in January, let's say, were television commentators or working in an office, today they now have to put on body armor and take a government-issued rifle and protect their village, their neighborhood, and their street against the Russian aggressors.
We've seen videos of grandmothers with rifles and learning being trained how to use it.
Well, it's absolutely something that has mobilized the entire Ukrainian population. You've got grandmothers and grandfathers. My cousin, who's well over 60 years old and has the right to leave Ukraine because he has permanent status here in the U.S., went back to Ukraine to take care of some personal business back in December and has stayed there. He's serving as a medic now in Kyiv. And my nieces in the western part of the country have been volunteering to help with the refugees who have been escaping from the east. And I'm sure many of our viewers have seen those horrific stories of maternity hospitals being bombed, the train station where mothers and children were looking to escape from the oncoming onslaught got bombed, and cynically on a missile it was painted for the children. You know, the horrific things that happened in Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, with people with their hands tied behind their back and shot in the back of their heads, 8-year-old girls brutally gang raped and mutilated, and just all sorts of awful, awful things going on over there.
And when is it? What do you see as the end? Because from the Kremlin the other day, he said he's digging in. He's not going to end it.
Well, I'll tell you, the Ukrainians are looking at this thing as an existential fight. This is a fight for survival. This is the classic biblical David versus Goliath. This is the classic good versus evil. And Ukrainians understand what it would mean to live under Moscow domination. I happened to be in Ukraine in 2013, right in the very first weekend of the Revolution of Dignity. Came in Friday morning, and we went out on the Khreshchatyk, on the Maidan, that Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. And this is just when it was beginning, and no one knew that it would lead to regime change. No one knew that it would lead to certainly a big step forward in terms of advancing democracy in Ukraine. But I was particularly struck by comments by a group of students that came from Kharkiv, which was one of the cities that were heavily bombarded and damaged by Russians recently. And one of the students went up there and he says, I speak Ukrainian. My other 5 fellow students don't speak as fluent Ukrainian as I do, but in all of us beats a Ukrainian heart. And all of us is a Ukrainian soul, all right? And our aspiration is the same aspiration that everyone here has, and that is we want to live like normal people, all right? And, you know, that stuck with me because as an American, you know, that doesn't seem to be that high of an aspiration, does it? You know, to live like normal people? But, you know, I understand what he was getting at. He was saying, we know what life is like under Moscow occupation. Our people have suffered under that. 70 years under communist terrorism, and before that, the Russian Tsars. So they know now, thanks to the internet, thanks to journalists, thanks to television visits to the West and family out here, they know what life is like in the West, and they want to live with a life that has a perspective for their children, for their families, where they can build for the future, where there was a respect for human life, a respect for one another, their neighbors, and so forth. So we support the Ukrainians in everything they're doing, because for them, this is an existential fight. It is a fight to the end. And now it's not just a matter of defending, it's a matter of winning. And the Ukrainians will win this fight as long as we in the West, in the United States, today we had a minister from Britain here in Chicago, who they have been very strong in terms of providing offensive and defensive weapons for Ukraine and our other partners throughout Europe. If they continue to do this, then Ukraine has a chance to not only survive this thing, but defeat evil in our time.
Speaking to that point, President Zelensky usually says two things when he's speaking to a head of state or to a parliament or to our Congress, that he's so appreciative of the support he's getting, but he said it's not quite enough. And he keeps talking about the no-fly zone, and there seems to be a red line there that we won't cross because, quote-unquote, it will lead to World War III. What's your position on that?
Well, my position is that Putin has already started World War III. Okay, and in terms of this, I think that the West should not be intimidated by hollow saber rattling, because just like President Biden doesn't have a red button in his drawer, Vladimir Putin doesn't have a red button in his drawer that he could push to launch nuclear weapons. There is an entire chain of control that goes on to unleash nuclear weapons. And I'm pretty certain, and based on reports that we've had from many people that are close to the situation, that those generals and those within the chain of command do not want to see mutually assured destruction. They don't want to see annihilation. They have families, they have children, grandchildren, and the like. And there are people that, when push comes to shove, will call a halt to that. So I don't think we need to be intimidated by threat of nuclear destruction here. What we need to do, though, is what President Zelensky has been asking repeatedly: provide more weapons and provide it faster, especially air defense weapons. We've seen the bombings dropped. Not indiscriminately, but specifically targeted on civilian targets, on residences, on apartment buildings, on the hospitals, on schools. There was a drama theater that was marked children in Russian that was clearly visible from the sky and from satellite photos and so forth. They look at that as a bullseye and targeted that and killed those innocents that were in there. So the call to the West is we need to keep doing more, and we need to do it faster.
So you seem to be saying that the no-fly zone should be instituted.
Well, I think it should be instituted. And Congressman Quigley, who had been to our rallies going back to January 9th, has certainly evolved and strongly advocates for that position. We think that it's necessary to have a humanitarian corridor. The Kremlin says they're not targeting civilians. They're not targeting women and children. Well, if that's so, then let the West declare we've got this corridor to let the women and children pass. Don't enter that corridor. We don't trust you, so we need to protect that corridor. But we need to have a corridor going from the east to the Polish border so the women and children continue to move out safely.
On a more positive note, are you surprised at how the world has rallied, and the West in particular?
We are extremely grateful to so many friends throughout the world, both in Europe and certainly here in the United States. Poland, Romania, Germany, all of the European countries have all welcomed Ukrainian asylum seekers and refugees. And here in the United States, the outpouring has been very strong with our friends and neighbors. We, right after the war increased, and I say increased because we know the war has actually been going on for 8 years now, but right after February 24th, when the serious assaults restarted, we started getting calls from Americans, people with no connection to Ukraine other than what they see on television, offering their houses, offering apartments for refugees, offering to provide them with furniture or things to set up a household. Many people offering, when asylum seekers come here, to provide them with employment and jobs. So our Refugee Relief Committee has started lists on all of these things. And if anyone has anything to offer on that end, we invite them to go to uccaillinois.org, send an email, let us know what you have to offer there. And our volunteers will loop back with you when we have a match between your offer and the need from the people who are coming here.
I want to close with a little personal story that I heard the other day. There's a young lady who works at the Ukrainian Institute, Christine, and she has a boyfriend. And they're going to get married, and he's American. She's first generation Ukraine. And he said to her sort of suddenly, she wasn't expecting it, he's about to get his degree as an architect. And he said to her, you know, I think I'd like to move with you to Ukraine and stay for 10 years and use my expertise as an architect to help rebuild the country.
Well, I think that is absolutely wonderful because, quite frankly, after the war is over and the good people have won, we're going to need to see a massive rebuilding program happen there. Something that would make the Marshall Plan pale in comparison. And I had predicted back in January when we started to monitor these buildups, and we had a number of interviews with correspondents, that we would see 5 to 7 or 8 million refugees. That we would see not billions, but trillions of dollars of infrastructure damage. Unfortunately, both of those things have come to pass. So we need people to come and plan to the rebuilding of Ukraine, because Ukraine will be rebuilt. Ukraine will be bright. The future is bright. The people are warm and welcoming. And we need people with enthusiasm and skills and abilities to come and make that happen.
Pavlo Bandriwsky, you're with the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America. You're the Vice President. Thank you for coming by, and our prayers are with you and everybody in Ukraine.
Thank you so much. God bless. And to the viewers, I have 2 suggestions. One, make a donation to UNICEF because it is geared to help the children. And also, when you make that donation, also let UNICEF know. This past Sunday, the Ukrainian ambassador to America, Mrs. Oksana Markarova, on the Face the Nation program, announced that more than 91,000 Ukrainian children have been snatched and taken to Russia. We ask that UNICEF become involved in finding out where these children are and help bring them back home. Bring the children back to Ukraine. This is a very important project that UNICEF should take the lead on. Its mission is to help children, and these 91,000 children need to be back in their homeland. So thank you. God bless everyone. God bless Ukraine, and we appreciate all the support.
Thank you, Pavlo. Let's throw it back to the studio in Virginia, where there are some tapes rolling. And Anna, I'm not sure you're there. I don't have a screen here. We haven't done the hop yet, but we'll send it back to Bill. Are they ready in Virginia to take it back? We don't know. We hope they are. Do you have a screen? I don't have a screen. I don't have their screen. You do. Yeah. So when they come back, we hope you will pledge. We've raised, the Illinois broadcasters, Pavlo, have raised by now over $100,000 on their end, because the Illinois broadcasters, TV and radio, have come together. They're joining hands, and it's quite unique. There aren't many states where all the broadcasters will forget about their competition and ratings and do this. And it's just remarkable, very amazing journalists we have in Illinois. Okay, let's go. Let's roll with VA1.
Hi, I'm Boris Potapenko, and I'll be traveling to Ukraine tonight. The trip is really to help the volunteers in Ukraine with medical equipment, but also with life-saving, non-lethal defensive equipment. It's so important for everybody to donate as much as they can. Organizations like UNICEF are worldwide and do tremendous work. They have vast experience, and they are on the ground in Ukraine. I'm so looking forward to seeing my UNICEF colleagues and others in their wonderful work. I hope everybody does as much as they can and continue to do so. This is a long time struggle. Thank you.
Dave, we're back.
Yes.
I can introduce myself,
That'd be great.
and
Well, we're back. And we're back at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art here in Ukrainian Village in Chicago. We're doing a fundraiser for UNICEF. If you're just tuning in, we're on some major platforms. We're on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube and LinkedIn and who knows where else. And if you are watching right now, we hope you'll go to the URL, where your browser will take you. It's right there. It's UNICEFUSA.org/streaming. We're in a fundraiser, and this is for Ukraine. Your funds go directly to Ukraine, to UNICEF, the work in Ukraine. It's not going to a national organization. They are, of course, international, but this particular fundraiser and the money that you give goes directly to the work they're doing in Ukraine. Very tiny amount of administrative overhead, and we made sure that that was the case before we hooked up with UNICEF. But they're a wonderful organization. We've had two people from UNICEF with us this morning, and they're describing, I was very astonished actually to learn that one of UNICEF's major roles is vaccination, and in the pandemic, Beth this morning said almost in passing, well, UNICEF has vaccinated 50% of the children in the world, and I had to stop her. Did I hear that right? So that's the kind of work UNICEF does, but now in Ukraine, they've been there for 25 years, and now they have 120 people in Ukraine, and we need your help to help them. And you can see the URL there. I'm here with Lida Nedilsky, and you are a sociologist at North Park University, and we welcome you here. Tell us a little bit about what you do at North Park.
I'm a sociologist, which means that I'm preparing students to understand their place in society as citizens by analyzing their communities, analyzing the global stage, understanding what's happening in the world, including what's happening with Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Just this morning, I was teaching my Movements for Change class, which looks at political mobilization in defense of democracy, in contexts of war, in contexts of terror. So this is very relevant to young people today, and they are absorbed with what's going on.
Mm-hmm. And how are your students reacting? I mean, what sort of questions do they ask you about what they can do or the situation?
It's tough because some of my students are from the former Soviet Union. I have a student from Kyrgyzstan, and she asks very personal questions. How do you talk to parents who don't believe you, who don't believe what's happening in Ukraine because they receive news from Russia? How can your parents not trust you when you're an educated, loving young adult? These are really serious issues that they're wrestling with. They may not be in Ukraine, they may not be caught in the crosshairs of violence, but this war is tearing families apart based on disinformation.
Right. And so many kids have been displaced, and when we talk about being murdered and killed, the psychological impact. There were 40 kids at St. Nicholas who were refugees from Ukraine right down the street. What's the long-term impact on them based on your experience?
Well, I'm looking at 2/3 of Ukrainian children being refugees right now. 2/3. Scattered across the world, not knowing when they'll be reconnected with their fathers, not knowing when they'll be connected with their schools, not knowing when they'll be reconnected to their friends and everything that they know, their world. This issue is going to have long-term implications when we consider, how does Ukraine rebuild? How can you rebuild a country that has lost its youth. They have to learn new languages. They have to make new friends. These are going to be personal successes, but what can we do as a society to make sure that the other kinds of skills that they acquire, whether they're teenagers or young adults, college students, how can we make sure that they bring those skills back with them to rebuild Ukraine? Because we see not only environmental degradation with this war, but absolute destruction of homes and schools and hospitals. They're going to be needed to rebuild not just the facade of Ukraine, but everything inside it, with all of its languages, with all of its faiths, with all of its cultures. This is going to be a huge task. I hope this summer that I can go to Poland or Bulgaria or even Slovakia with my elder son in order to support teachers in the summer so that people get a rest, but those young people can continue to learn because their education has been interrupted, and we can't let that happen. No way.
And part of the destruction is psychological, particularly on a young kid. The trauma. We've had kids send us videos, and they're in basements.
Yeah.
And they say in a very calm voice, I'm scared, but I know my country will win. And it's one of the most moving sets of videos we have. The strength that they have, but still they're scared, and they may say they're strong, but psychologically, I think the damage is going to be long lasting.
That's why I really believe that wherever these young people end up, for them to develop bonds with their peers, Polish peers, Bulgarian peers, Romanian peers, Moldovan peers, American peers, that is going to be part of the healing. The other part will be for them to document their experience. We know that they're able to do that with technology, far more capable than I. And for them to have that kind of outlet, to have that voice, we need to be ready to receive them. In a museum like this, the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art, it needs to become a repository of these memories. It needs to be a stage for sharing what other young people are producing. They may, again, become our future artists. They may be the ones who not only rebuild Ukraine, but revitalize a Ukrainian village here in Chicago. We have to think that way.
Right. I wonder if oral history can play a role, because I had some experience with that. In fact, I met Marta 20 years ago when we were on the board of the Grant Park Orchestra, which is a summer orchestra in Chicago, and she mentioned the word Holodomor to me, and I said, what's that? And I found out. And we're still planning to do a documentary because there are oral histories that are survived, both on video, in English, in Ukrainian. And I did a program like it called War Letters, which were soldiers writing back from the Civil War on up. And we had young actors, student actors in college read them because they're the same age as the soldiers. And I thought we could do something like that here. But that occurred in 1932 and 33, but we can do an oral history now. There were 40 kids right over there at St. Nicholas. So I wonder if that is something that the Institute could think about.
I know that an organization exists, maybe you're already familiar with StoryCorps.
Yes.
Last summer, I was invited to do recordings based on COVID-19 resilience and our continued involvement in Ukrainian Village under the restrictions of COVID lockdown. So how did the School of Dance manage? How did St. Nicholas School manage? How did organizations like Ukrainian National Museum manage in that difficult time? And how did individual members of our community find opportunity to grow through their art, through their intellect, through their community involvement? A lot can be invisible until we look for it, and then we see. So again, the technology that exists today, anyone can contribute to oral histories, to the archives, as long as we recognize their contributions, that they will matter.
A lot can be invisible until we look for it. That's an interesting phrase. Well, Lida Nedilsky from North Park University, thank you for coming by and for your perspective and your passion and involvement. I do hope you get to those countries this summer and help out.
Slava Ukraini, Heroyam Slava. Thank you.
Thank you. Lida Nedilsky, who's a sociologist from North Park University here in Chicago. We appreciate her coming by. This whole effort is to bring content to you and perspectives about the tragedy going on in Ukraine. But the main point here is a fundraiser, and you can see on your screen the URL to go to. You put your browser in, you saw the QR code that just came up on the screen. We're raising funds here in this studio, in this gallery, on various social media platforms, but also in the other studio. The Illinois broadcasters, through the Illinois Broadcasters Association, have joined hands to raise funds. They started last week, and they're going, as we are, until 11 p.m. tonight. They've already raised well over $100,000, and they're going to keep going. In fact, one of the heads of the Illinois broadcast said, would you ask UNICEF if we can keep that URL, which is a little different from ours, going for the rest of the month? And UNICEF wrote right back and said, absolutely, it's very easy to do. So the spirit that is behind this, and you heard Pavlo before us talking about what's all the whole world has really come together to help Ukraine. So there's the URL. We hope you'll go to it. We're going to throw it back to our friends in Virginia to see what they have to cook up for us. And I'm not sure who's there. Who's with us? Is Anna on the screen? Nope. Anybody there? Okay. We'll then call for a tape. I will go over here and see if we can pick out one of the amazing videos that we have from UNICEF. It's been they've been very good, and I see that's disappeared from my computer. So we were talking about the young people, and we have 3 videos that came in from 2 brothers. They look to be about 7 and 8. Is that number 10? Can we roll that? And I don't know, you probably haven't seen it, but I can put the headphones on. It's only 3 minutes. These kids will just tear you up. Actually, the brothers, you'll see a transcript there speaking in Ukrainian. The middle kid is older. So can we go to that? That's number 10. Let's roll it.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. У мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися в всякі в підвал ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Hi, my name is Dikin. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if are my friends alive or not because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kyiv, my family left in Kyiv, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав, чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики, спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто війна – це страшна штука. Дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходити за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією.
We're here at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art, and we urge you to just to listen to what these three kids have said and know that they need your support. UNICEF needs your support, and UNICEF is on the ground right now. And you can see on the screen where to go to make your contribution, make your pledge, www.unicefusa.org/streaming. And the calls have been coming in. We're on various social media platforms. And if you'd like to make a comment, you can just put it into the chat box or whatever, whether it's on Facebook or YouTube, and that'll get directly to our studio in Virginia, and we'll be able to put your comment up here on the screen. You don't have to give us your name or anything. And when you pledge, when you make a donation at that website, we won't read your name, we won't read the amount. It's just very important that as many people as possible make that call. That's the critical thing. Go to your URL or use that QR code. So there it is, unicefusa.org/streaming. And we have in the studio with us here at the Ukrainian Institute, Liliya Dikin, who is with Charity-May.com. And that's an organization, Liliya, that is involved with orphans in Ukraine. And you were explaining to me that these are kids who have been orphans, and now your challenge is to evacuate them.
That's correct. Just a very brief history on Charity May. They have been around since 2012, and their organization oversees over Well, things have changed since the war kicked off. Initially, over 5,000 children have been overseen by Charity May. At this point, those figures have risen significantly, and as you probably are aware, over 4.3 million children have been forced to flee their homes in Ukraine. We've got over 200 children that have been confirmed dead. We've got over 500 children that have been injured, and the figures from Mariupol are completely unknown. As far as the main mission of Charity May, prior to the beginning of the war, evacuations was not their cup of tea. This is not what they were doing. They were helping fund orphanages that needed financial support, and they were working on establishing social programs to allow for kids who are exiting the orphanage system to adapt to real life. So that's what their main focus has been, and they certainly had to change a lot of gears ever since the war kicked off.
And so what sort of changes were required once February 24th rolled around?
Well, everybody really had to put on a lot of different hats, right? So people who have never worked with organizing logistics had to figure out how all of that works. People who have never had to make certain phone calls to figure out what documentations are actually needed in order to make successful evacuations actually happen, all of those things had to work. So they were working directly with the Ukrainian government to make sure that everything that's necessary is set up. And, you know, the first evacuation that I was actually involved in involved 239 people. I was asked to find a place to stay for one night somewhere around Budapest for 2 orphanages that were crossing the border in Chop. And I didn't know a soul in Budapest. And this network of incredible people who had come together, from me calling, you know, a friend who I remember had a coworker in Budapest, then that friend made another call, and that just, you know, grew out of proportion, and people came together, you know, organizations that were never involved even with any efforts in terms of kids. They came together, helped put together blankets, pillows. People went really out of their way to help these kids who don't have a mom and dad to speak on their behalf.
Mm-hmm. And so the ongoing work not only is to figure out how to get them out of the country, but then you have to find homes, as you just described, and each is a case-by-case basis. Here in Chicago, as you may know, at St. Nicholas Catholic School, there are 40 refugee kids who are enrolled. Have you had any contact with any of them?
I have not.
Yeah.
And actually, the children that are being moved across the border, that are part of the orphanage system, they're not being granted a refugee status. Their status, I believe, is called a temporary settler. So when the war is over, they will be required to return back to their country and to rebuild and to adapt. When that will happen, we have no idea.
And how many people, your organization is CharityMay.com.
Correct.
How many people are working, and is it centered just in Ukraine?
They're just in Ukraine, but there have now been partners all throughout Europe now.
I see.
Yeah, and this literally happened over a couple weeks.
Right. And CharityMay.com, income comes from donations and contributions, just like UNICEF.
Absolutely. Income comes from donations and contributions, and the organization is very much set in terms of not accepting any contributions specifically from organizations that have religious affiliations or political affiliations or from oligarchs. They certainly don't want children to be used in support of you know, specific messages that they might not be.
Right. Yeah. And is there a full-time staff? Does Charity May have a full-time staff in Ukraine?
There is a full-time staff of 16 people.
16?
16. They're not all in Ukraine now. You know, we had a young woman by the name of Christina who actually ended up working on the logistical processes out of a bomb shelter. So oftentimes we would hop on a call and we would lose connection simply because they were being shelled.
Have you worked at all with Ukrainian kids who were orphaned because of the war, whose parents were lost in the war?
There were a number of kids who were dropped into the orphanage system because they were displaced by war or because their parents were missing. And in those cases, many of those children actually lack documents. So you can't legally take them out of the country. In fact, children under the age of 4, I believe, are not allowed to leave the country if they are living in orphanages. Now, there's a separate type of an orphanage called, literally translated as a family-style orphanage, similar to what we have in the States as a foster care home or a foster home, where there's a mom and dad or just a family that takes in kids. They don't get to pick them, but they go through training, they go through special programs, and they end up being qualified to take care of children who end up in the foster care system. And those situations are a little bit easier to navigate because at that point, those parents become their legal guardians. So they are allowed to leave the country. But a lot of kids had to just be moved out of zones of high conflict into safer areas. But at this point, the situation is unfolding so quickly where, a city that's safe today may not be safe tomorrow.
Complicated.
Indeed it is.
Legal complexities and logistical complexities, and so we admire the work that Charity May is doing, and you can find out more about them at CharityMay.com. Liliya, Dikin, we appreciate you coming by and for all the work you're doing.
Thank you for everything that you're doing. It's an honor to be here.
Thank you, Liliya. And there you have it. And you also can go to CharityMay.com and see what they're all about. And our focus here is on raising funds for UNICEF, but you accept contributions at CharityMay.com.
We absolutely do, and we would be grateful. And you know what, as a mother of three, I ask you, you know what, let me take that back. I beg you, please don't look the other way. Please do not turn the blind eye. These are children who do not have a mom and dad to stand up for them. So do not turn the other eye.
Thank you very much, Liliya Dikin
Thank you.
from CharityMay.com. In a moment, we're going to have a new anchor in here. Dan Bindert, who is the general manager of a radio station here in Chicago, WDCB, in a suburb called Glen, Ellyn, and he's going to be taking over for me for a little bit. Not that I'm tired or anything, I can keep going. There's Dan over there. You can contribute to UNICEF by going to unicefusa.org/streaming, and let's check in now and see, shut that off, see how the fundraising is doing. I'll have to show Dan how to do this, but when you go to the website, I'm going to do that right now, the giving website, we were at, wow, $7,300 has now come in since we started this pledge drive, $7,680 actually, so we keep going up. We had a wonderful challenge of $2,000 from Faye Ferguson, who is here with us. We'll talk about that challenge. We'll talk about her. Is there anybody in Virginia that we can go to? Anybody on camera there in Virginia? Is Anna around? No. Okay. So we will go to some of the tapes we have. We were talking, and I lost that lineup. Where did it go, Bill? Where's the lineup? It disappeared. I had a lineup of all the videos. Any suggestions? Is anybody who is in Virginia that can trigger some videos for us? VA10. What's that? VA10. Yeah, let's roll with the VA10. It's a wonderful video which we have, and it's going to really, hopefully, spur you on to give at the URL that you are still seeing on your screen. There it is, unicefusa.org/streaming. Let's go to VA10.
Hi, my name is Victoria. I'm 15 years old from Ukraine. On 24th February, I woke up to the sound of explosions, and I immediately understood that was the beginning of the war. After that day, my life changed a lot. Every night I should have slept fully dressed and with important things on me, so that at any moment I could quickly run to the common corridor. After some time, situation got worse, so me and my family went to another city in Ukraine, Cherkasy. It was the first day from the beginning of the war that I could sleep normally. After some more time, I went to another city in Ukraine, Ivano-Frankivsk. It is in western Ukraine. Here is kind of safe, but still every time I hear strange noises or sirens, I get really scared. Because of that war, my home in Kiev lost its main value, security, so I could never feel safe there. And now let me play you the national anthem of Ukraine.
First, when I came to one of the volunteers' place, they welcomed me to their home, and I stayed there like in a room for 2 days, just like being very stressed, crying, checking the news every 5 minutes. Then I got news about my uncle who was killed, but he wasn't a military person. He was a retired man. He was civilian, and I was like. I can't describe the word it in words. And then the host family offered me to volunteer at the border, as I speak Ukrainian, Russian, and English. And I thought, what a great idea. I can help someone. I can help people from my country, and I can be distracted from the bad thoughts. You know, I can be busy doing something, and it's great because staying at home doesn't help much. I meet mothers and children like every day, yeah, and I feel like they need to share their stories with me, and they start crying and telling me their personal stories. It's quite difficult, like in the end of the day, because you like feel it every time with them, because I understand them completely. The decisions I am making or I will have to make, they refer to my child and her future, so I have to be very maybe determined on the one hand, and not panicking on the other hand, to make right decisions. So I try to keep calm. It is quite difficult, really. This is us before, when we were crossing the border, like walking together. I feel like she relies on me. She trusts me, like in my decisions. And when I tell her that everything's going to be fine, we have to stay here, then we'll decide. Maybe we'll get back home. Maybe we'll move somewhere else. But it's going to be okay. And she says, okay. She knows that I'm helping here, and she says, "Mommy, I want to be just like you." And it's like the best thing a mother can hear, I think.
And we're back here in Chicago at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. We've been here since 5 a.m. this morning, Central Time, and we're streaming out on various platforms, YouTube and Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitch, and we had quite a spurt of Twitch activity this morning. People going to the URL that we have on the screen, which you'll see there in a second. And we have now raised quite a bit of money this morning for UNICEF. We're here for Ukraine's children. We're here for UNICEF, and we're working directly with UNICEF on this project. They are very aware of what we're doing, and they're very happy that we're doing it. And the URL is there. It'll be there in a second. It's www.unicefusa.org. There it is, /streaming. And that will take you directly to UNICEF's pledge site. And it takes about a minute. You've done it before when you're buying something on Amazon, same sort of thing. It's very quick. It'll take about a minute. You'll be asked the usual information, your credit card and this and that, and it's over. We will not announce your name or the amount that you give. You can give $1, you can give $1 million, and I've said this many times on the radio. To us, they're the same amount, because the person who gave $10 and the person who gave $10,000, they're both coming from the same place, and that's what's important to us. And speaking of giving, my guest now is Faye Ferguson. To my right is Dan Bindert. We'll get to Dan. Stay right there, Dan. We'll get to Dan in a minute. Faye Ferguson, you called and got in touch with us late yesterday, and we can announce the amount of your pledge because you said it was okay. You gave us a challenge grant of $2,000, a personal grant, and we used it starting this morning to spur the giving, and I must say it really worked, and we thank you for that. So tell us a little bit about what motivated you.
Certainly, and first of all, I just want to say it is an honor to be here. I love what you're doing because for me, it's more than about having empathy. It is more than about saying, oh, I feel for these folks. It is about action, and that's what you all are doing, and that's what I appreciate so much. So what motivated me is the fact that there are so many disenfranchised and marginalized people all over the world, right? And in this case, it was just so gut-wrenching to see all of the videos and the stories about the Ukrainian people, but especially about the children. These are the innocents in this. And so my heart went out to these children, and it reminded me of a quote from Winston Churchill. If we don't learn from the past, we're bound to repeat it. And you see this over and over and over again. And so my call to action is that we need to not just say how awful these atrocities are for the Ukrainian people and especially for the children. We need to do something. They need our love, they need our support, they need our donations. So.
Well, you stepped up to the plate in a big way when you called last night, and we were able to use your $2,000 pledge. It was matched this morning.
Nice.
So we went over that. And if anybody listening right now wants to listen to the words that Faye Ferguson is talking about and make a challenge donation, it doesn't have to be $2,000, but it could be $1,000 or $500, and we'll get that right on the screen, and we'll be able to challenge our viewers around the world to match whatever contribution you care to make. And so you can do that online at the URL that you're seeing, or you can contact us. Well, we'll get to you. If you get to us through that URL and we see it's a major pledge, we'll use it as a challenge. And if you keep watching, you'll see your name, and we won't necessarily mention your name. We'll mention your first name and the amount. It's a challenge from John, won't say where. And you can also use the QR code to make the pledge. So, Faye Ferguson, it is a bit gut-wrenching, but it must make you feel a little bit that you've done something when you made such a generous contribution, because it certainly meant a lot to us, and it certainly spurred a lot of giving this morning.
Thank you. Because you know what? I've always been an advocate, a champion of the underserved, and I've always wanted to say to people, one person really can make a difference, and that's what this is all about.
Right. And as we say, one person times 1,000 makes a real difference. So you should never say that my pledge doesn't count. I've said this on the radio a million times. People have actually said to me, well, $10, what can that do? Well, it does a lot because it spurs other people to give. And so we never, ever look down on a contribution that might not be as big as the person giving it might think. As I say, a $10 contribution, and this is really, I really mean this, I've always said this, a $10 contribution means as much to us as a $10,000 contribution.
Absolutely.
It's really true, and that's how I feel about it. To my right is Dan Bindert. Dan, you're the general manager of WDCB, which is a wonderful station. Is that mic on? Yeah, it's a wonderful station in Glen, a suburb of Chicago. It's an all-jazz station, and you've graciously agreed to come in and spell me for a couple of hours.
Well, Steve, you've been on for 7 hours, I think, right? So I thought I could at least do 2 for you and help out. I'm happy to come down and help out the cause here.
Well, you're a veteran broadcaster, and this setup is a little bit different than maybe either of us used to, but you'll get right into the swing of it. And we are going to develop the list. We have about 20 videos, which you can call up, because you don't know what they're on
I've
them.
seen a few of them this morning.
Oh,
I
have
don't
you?
know the numbers, but I know they're very inspiring. The children and at the camps in Poland talking to
So you've
mothers
seen
with
some
their
of them.
children.
Oh, great,
Yes,
great.
Incredibly inspiring, and I think type of thing that ought to move people to take action.
Okay. So Faye and Dan, we're going to go back to Virginia if there's anybody there, which I don't think it is. So what I'd like to do, if anybody there is listening, there's one video which UNICEF produced, which is about 10 minutes. It's very inspiring. Oh, Anna, there you are. Put my headphones back on and get to Yana. That's Anna Uspenskia, who is the head. Dan, Anna is the co-founder of Virtual Concert Halls and is hosting this and is doing all the distribution. And Anna, this is Dan Bindert, who is on my right.
To meet you.
and he's going to be taking over for me. And you will go on with Dan and kind of, he's not familiar with the setup here, and we have misplaced a list of all the videos, which we're trying to get back. So you're going to have to take the lead, but Dan is a veteran broadcaster. Any of the interviews that come in, Dan will handle them. He'll just shut that off so he can hear himself and not hear himself twice, and then I'll put that back on so I can hear Anna. Anna, do you want to roll that, the video that UNICEF put together? It's about 10 minutes, I think. It's a kind of a collage. Do you see it there?
Yep, we have it.
Okay, let's do that.
Yep, let's do that, and Dan will share with you the list of videos, but don't worry, we have our lineup, and if you want to comment after each video, we'll put you right up on the screen, and just give us a bit of heads up, the name of the next guest you're going to be interviewing, and our team will support it. Thank you very much for your help, and
let's roll it.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the Blue Dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids, moms. We're passing off the Blue Dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the Blue Dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this Blue Dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
at a day when conflict just continues across this country. These are the faces. I thought it was really useful to come to a place like this to see where are those people who are fleeing. This is full of people who've come, are trying to get out of Ukraine because the conflict won't end. And it's surrounded by toys, by food, by volunteers, by gifts from everyday Ukrainians who just can't do enough. But it's also got kids like Elvira, who doesn't know where she's from, but knows she loves her hometown, doesn't know which country she's going to, but knows she doesn't want to leave. But while conflict continues, that's the reality. And while that's the reality, we need to support. Thank you.
Today, 7.5 million children in Ukraine need to find safe water, shelter, and warmth. Show them the world cares. Support UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the Blue Dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids' moms. We're passing off the Blue Dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the Blue Dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this Blue Dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
Good afternoon. We're back at the live web stream for Ukraine's children that we're doing here live today from the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. My name is Dan Bindert. I'm the station manager of WDCB Radio, public radio station located in Glen, Ellyn, just outside of Chicago, and glad to be a part of this event today, raising funds for UNICEF to help out in Ukraine, in and around Ukraine, in the Blue Dot centers that we saw in that last video. Incredible work that they're doing, helping to provide children and their families and mothers with water, food, nutrition, counseling, educational support, and glad to be a part of this event today, helping to raise funds for the cause. Steve Robinson is with me. You've been here since 5 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and happy to be here because the suffering in Ukraine, as the words, there's no more words left to describe the horror that's going on here. So to get up a little early is not much of an effort.
Not much of a sacrifice.
No. And as I've been saying before, I've done 100 pledge drives on various public radio stations, but this is different. It's great to raise money for a jazz station, as you've done over the years, and I've done for classical stations. But this is a real tragedy, and it's urgent, and the funds are going to support UNICEF on the ground. And as you've been hearing us saying, they're in 190 countries. But their focus, not necessarily is all in Ukraine, but they have 120 people, UNICEF does, on the ground in Ukraine, doing whatever they can, and the effort is remarkable. What I just learned this morning, maybe you knew, the lady who's the head of the Chicago office of UNICEF here, Beth McCourtland, happened to mention on passing, one of the things you did is UNICEF has vaccinated half the children in the world through the pandemic.
That's incredible.
Well, I had to stop her. I said, did I hear that right? So they're still doing that. Their work is ongoing, but now they're focusing on Ukraine, and so that's what this pledge drive is all about. It's not a real pledge drive; it's a donation drive. Dan and I are from listener-supported radio, so our lingo sometimes reverts. I almost gave the 773 number, but
sure. But why don't you recap just a little bit for how this works? If people have just tuned in and caught they just clicked into the live stream, perhaps during the last video, and want a little refresher on how it works, how to donate, and where the money's going to go. The refresher is that we're working very closely with UNICEF, and they're very happy that we're doing it. And what you see on the screen, the unicefusa.org/streaming, when you go to that site, it's a donation site, and you'll be able to give their suggested amount from $25, $50, $100. You can put in the box whatever you can afford, whether it's $10 or $10,000. They'll ask you if you want to make it monthly, and it doesn't default to that, so you're not going to get trapped into that. You just give it once. You can give monthly if you'd like. And then they'll ask you the standard information, the credit card and the address and this and that. The whole thing takes about a minute. I've done it quite a few times. More times than my wife knows about, but she'll find out soon enough, just to kind of test the site, and it works. And so it takes about a minute. Well, you know that. It takes about a minute to give. Anybody who's gone on Amazon, that takes seconds. This takes about a minute. And then what I love is, and this doesn't happen with all donations, you get a thank you from UNICEF in about 15 seconds, and that works out very well. So that's really what it's all about. And we should also say that the funds are going directly to UNICEF, not to some national organization. They are an international organization, but this particular campaign, the funds go directly to UNICEF in Ukraine. And you started out at 5 a.m. I know there was a challenge on the table a while back. Right. We met that. Yes. We met that. It was a $2,000 challenge from the lady who was just here, Ferguson, and we met that. Didn't take long at all. Actually. So your funds are in good company if you're donating right now. That's right. We are at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art, which is over 50 years old. And we have a wonderful video, which you can call up if you want to, in about 10 minutes, which gives the whole history. I mean, this place grew out of World War II suppression of the arts in Ukraine by the Soviet Union. And they needed an outlet for writers and artists, and you can see the artwork here. And the facade was designed by Stanley Tigerman. I don't know if you know the name. A very beautiful, wonderful, just passed away recently, architect who also designed the Illinois Holocaust Museum in Skokie. And I know there's a long history of modern and even avant-garde art from Ukraine that the museum helps to display. So that's kind of the groundwork. We also have our wonderful colleagues in Virginia at virtual concert halls, and Anna, are you there? And Dan can
I'm
get
here.
there. If you put that on, Dan, you'll be able to hear yourself twice.
I do hear
And
myself
then you'll
twice.
be able to hear me too. Great
Great.
pleasure to meet you, Dan.
Nice to meet you, Anna, and great to be a part of this event.
Thank you. Thank you for relieving Steve for a few moments.
Well, we thought we'd give him a
Couple
little
of
bit of
hours.
a break, 7 hours straight. Be nice to let him catch a short one.
See you.
Yes.
Great.
Thank
Well,
you.
Anna, I know we're going to have some more videos to play that will be pretty inspiring for everybody. And Steve was just running back through some of the how this works with donating, where the money goes to help people, and UNICEF's efforts in and around Ukraine.
And I wanted to mention one more time, there are QR codes all over the screen and all of them work. Our team keeps checking how they work. You just take your phone, bring it to the QR code just like you do at the restaurant, and it takes you straight to the unicefusa.org/streaming page where you can make your donation.
Takes about a minute to do, and for anyone who has just been watching the news, maybe watching these videos today on the live stream, and hearing all the messages, you know, you wonder sometimes what you can do, what you personally can do at home, so many miles away from Ukraine, and this is a way that you can take action and have an impact, and people already stepping up to do that. We'd love for you to be a part of it. Just look at that URL, and Anna, as you said, also you can just use the QR code.
Absolutely, and it's very quick. And if you ever hesitated and thought, well, I don't know, maybe we want to assure you that this donation goes directly to the people who are the boots on the ground, who are currently in the same situation under the bombs and near the shelters and trying to help families and children who had been separated. We've heard so many heart-wrenching stories and how the orphanages are trying to survive, and UNICEF people, their teams are there and they're helping, and they're very well organized, and they're providing all the basic needs and also psychological counseling and help.
You know, Anna, as a parent watching some of this, the videos, the stories of the children and their mothers that have been displaced, had to run from the violence and go to Poland or Romania, places like that. It's just incredible as a parent when you watch that and think about seeing your own child, painful experiences, and as a parent, you wish you could just take that pain away from them. There's nothing more hurtful as a parent or more troublesome than having to watch your child in pain. And so to see these children in pain and know that they need help, it just magnifies how important this is and the action that people need to take and that you can take by supporting UNICEF.
Yeah, and we have some addresses, some pre-recorded video addresses, which we received just a couple of days ago from children in Ukraine. And there are two brothers who recorded their short pleas for help from the bomb shelter in Kherson. And another young man in the middle, he's actually speaking English, but he'll be able to understand everything they say because there's captions on the screen. And I just would like to call that video now and offer you the opportunity to get close up with what just regular kids are experiencing right now in Ukraine.
Всім привіт! Мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. У мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися, всякий в підвал ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
Hi, my name is Dikin. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have a boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if are my friends alive or not because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kiev, my family left in Kiev, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики, спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто війна – це страшна штука. Дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходить за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією.
And we're back on our live stream after another viewing of one of the videos and seeing the children in Ukraine and how they've been impacted. It's quite a story to watch children talking about regular things, teenagers talking about playing music and wanting to just do the normal things of life that they can no longer do.
And not even knowing if their friends are alive.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, and this teenager boy was talking about not even knowing if his close age friends are alive because they're already 18 and they joined the army, and he doesn't even know if they're still alive.
They've just disappeared from his life. So it is so important that we step forward to support UNICEF and the work that they're doing on the ground in Ukraine and the work that UNICEF is doing in handling people that are having to leave the violence and try and flee the violence in these cities that have been being attacked over the last couple of months. And so it just magnifies how important this is, this effort that we're doing today through this live stream and what your donations can support when you donate UNICEF using the URL that's on your screen or through the QR code. But such an important effort to help out the efforts of UNICEF.
And we have people joining this program virtually live in Chicago. Ukrainian Institute of Modern Arts in Chicago is hosting 2 simultaneously going press rooms, and there's many people coming in and giving interviews and sharing what they do, how they feel, and what connection they have to Ukraine. But we also have the international community joining us. We had many people sending the addresses of pre-recorded videos and, of course, pledging and giving the donations. And Dan, if you're ready to roll another video, we have one from France.
Let's watch.
This is a video which a pianist, a French pianist, August Antonov, prepared for us. He is of Bulgarian heritage, and he's old enough, Dan, to remember the time growing up during the time when the Soviet Union was still part of everybody's talk in everybody's life. So his childhood and mine had that stamp of growing up in the former Soviet regime. So he speaks on that address, and also he put together more of the video presentation at the end. So let's roll it. Thank you.
My name is Avgust Antonov. I am a concert pianist and professor of piano in France. I am recording this short video on behalf of the Livestream fundraising for Ukraine's children. I never thought in my life that I would see a war. I would see such crimes, a genocide in the 21st century. And that's exactly what's going on in Ukraine. Putin and the Russian army invaded an independent country simply because they didn't like that Ukrainians were thinking for themselves. They didn't like that Ukrainian children were living free. The war in Ukraine is illegal. It's a crime against humanity. It's a crime. It's a war crime, and Putin needs to be stopped now, not tomorrow, not in 2 weeks, not in 4 months, but now. And Ukraine's children are probably I'm gonna say this, are probably suffering suffering the most. It's mind-boggling. It is sad to see kids being displaced because of a war that nobody asked for. Kids being separated from their families, whether it is because the parents are fighting in the Ukrainian army or because they were killed by the Russians. Children are suffering right now, not because of something President Zelensky did or something the Ukrainians did, but because of Putin. I encourage you, I beg of you to donate to UNICEF for Ukraine's children. They need our help. They need your help. Thank you.
Погас, будет ярче светить, чем кометы, пролетающие над планетой. Из пустоты, без твоей красоты, не родится юности умная птица.
Папа будет продавать что-то, будет помогать нашим героям. наша миська.
Кто тебя будет снова любить за рассветом? Близится вечное лето. Ночь до зари, ты в душе береги свою птицу. Не дай ей разбиться. Лети.
Ты молодец, Володь. Мы именно этого и хотели, и ждали от тебя.
Поганенька Мартинівка, а 3 танка і є. І так почти в кожному селі.
Close the sky over Ukraine.
Ще не вмерла України ні слава, ні воля. Ще не браття українці, усміхнеться доля. Згинуть наші вороженьки, як роса на сонці запанує, і ми, браття, у своїй сторонці.
Тишины.
Не открывай, храни секрет, будь хорошей девочкой для всех. Закрой все чувства на замок, навечно отпусти и забудь, что прошло уже не вернуть. Отпусти и забудь, новый день он кажет путь. Душу и тело мы положим за нашу свободу и покажем, що ми браття козацького роду.
That girl, her singing is incredible. That's what these children in Ukraine are born for being who they are. And this girl is a singer. She's singing like a bird, and that's what we want everyone to please help provide to these children, the normal opportunity to be who they are, to grow into what they can grow into. And the incredible power of these voices can be amplified with your help. Please go to the QR code which you see on the screen, or find your way to the link which you see right below me, www.unicef.usa.org/streaming. This is a streaming for Ukrainian children, for the children in Ukraine.
Anna, it's so inspiring seeing that young girl sing. It's kind of inspired the world, seeing her sing as you might have any child singing in a setting that was very personal, and then singing on that grand stage and just has inspired so many people. And every time you watch it, it just gives you a window into the resolve of the Ukrainian people and what it's going to take to do these heroic type things, even from children, to win this incredible battle. So us doing something small, like donating to UNICEF to help out the cause, is really a small thing, but it's an action that we can all take. Those of us who are sitting in comfort today, maybe just watching the live stream and able to enjoy this and not having to deal with any of these incredible pressures and stresses and situations that the people in Ukraine are dealing with. We have the opportunity to do something to help those people on the ground with UNICEF that are helping these children. You can do that, as you mentioned, Anna, with the QR code or through the URL. It takes just a few minutes to donate and be a part of this great cause. And we're all very happy to be a part of it, to do our small part to help out.
Absolutely, and as we saw in the video which we just showed, it shows a tremendous drive around the world. You can see flags being raised in various countries and people speaking multitude of different languages. They feel the same. They feel really hurt and pain of the people in Ukraine, and they are able to rise up and join their hands, and not anybody's hand is too small. Whatever you are able to donate to the cause is going to help, and together we are going to be able to gather much bigger help than standing by ourselves. Yeah, we may not have it all together, but together we have it all.
That's right. You know, I was thinking about as I was driving in today, it was pouring rain here in Chicago earlier, and as you're watching all those raindrops fall, each raindrop, not real big, but collectively the roads are flooded, and it stopped raining now, but it's just a reminder of the power of many in an event like this. So when we ask for donations, it isn't necessarily the size of the donation. Large donations are fantastic. Great to have these challenges that we've had earlier today, but also at the same time, just a small donation will do something to help radiate good and help UNICEF. So if you can make that donation, use the URL or the QR code today and help to make this happen right now so that we can help the efforts that UNICEF is undertaking in Ukraine. We've seen the incredible work in these videos today of what they're doing in places like the Blue Dot camps, and it is so inspiring and meaningful to help support this cause when you see that.
And maybe while we are waiting for more live guests coming to the press room in the Ukrainian Institute in Chicago, we can show people who just started joining our stream maybe just a few minutes ago what exactly UNICEF is doing on the ground. Because we can say, well, it's a big organization, it's doing a lot of things, but currently, right now, your money are going towards particular actions which UNICEF is taking on behalf and in an effort to help children in Ukraine. And we have a video which UNICEF produced for us and allowed us to use to share the details of their work on the ground. Let's roll it.
Hello everyone, this is Enrique from UNICEF. I'm reporting from the Moldova-Ukraine border at the town of Palanca, where UNICEF has set up a Blue Dot. The Blue Dot provides services such as psychosocial support for the families that are coming from Ukraine. There are social workers, there are psychologists. It also provides child-friendly spaces for the children who come to be able to play and rest and have a minimum of normality in their current struggle.
Dar cel mai mult facem terapie prin joc, deja ținând cont de copil, cât de gata el este să se încadreze în activitate cu noi. Ținând cont și de vârstă, ținând cont și de în localitatea de unde vine copilul, copiii vin diferiți, emoțional diferit. Starea lor emoțională este diferită. Unde copiii sunt stresați și nu se lasă de mămici, se țin de mămica și noi nu putem să intervenim, nu avem niciun drept să-l atragem din brațele mamei nici ca acum. Unde copiii sunt mai descătușați, unde copiii poate să vină și să se așeze și doar are nevoie să deseneze, el rămâne el cu gândurile lui și colorează ceea ce el simte. Alți copii se încadrează în activități foarte ușor. Ei sunt foarte deschiși. Pentru noi este foarte ușor să lucrăm cu ei pentru că noi le cunoaștem limba. Și respectiv, odată ce cunoști limba, e un pas deja spre activitatea în continuare. Părinții, cumva, starea emoțională a părinților se transmite copiilor, da? Și dacă părintele cumva apucă așa copilul și strânge la piept și zice nu te temi, respectiv copilul se teme. Sunt situații când părinții atât de emoțional sunt afectați, noi mai întâi trebuie să lucrăm cu părinții cumva și apoi să trecem la copii, da? Și dacă vedem că nu putem să intervenim la moment și nu are rostul, noi îl lăsăm pur și simplu pe părinte să se liniștească, să înțeleagă, să pună picioarele pe pământ și apoi respectiv începem să... Sau invers luăm, atât timp cât părintele este emoțional dezechilibrat, noi lucrăm cu copilul și ea cumva să acomodează situația.
Și în momentul dat sunt părinți care spun, spate să vă cuprind, spate să, da, mulțumesc mult pentru acordul care ne l-ați dat, ajutor. Pentru că acești părinți este important doar să stai să-l asculți. Unii părinți sunt care, da, depinde iarăși de categorii. Să înțelegem că nu toți vin aici, vin cei care au nevoie.
First, when I came to one of the volunteers' place, they welcomed me to their home, and I stayed there like in a room for 2 days, just like being very stressed, crying, checking the news every 5 minutes. Then I got news about my uncle who was killed, but he wasn't a military person. He was a retired man. He was civilian, and I was like. I can't describe it in words. And then the host family offered me to volunteer at the border, as I speak Ukrainian, Russian and English. And I thought, what a great idea. I can help someone, I can help people from my country, and I can be distracted from the bad thoughts, you know. I can be busy doing something, and it's great, because staying at home doesn't help much. I meet mothers and children like every day, yeah, and I feel like they need to share their stories with me, and they start crying and telling me their personal stories. It's quite difficult, like in the end of the day, because you like feel it every time with them, because I understand them completely. The decisions I am making or I will have to make, they refer to my child and her future, so I have to be very maybe determined on the one hand, and not panicking on the other hand, to make right decisions. So I try to keep calm. It is quite difficult, really. This is us before, when we were crossing the border, like walking together. I feel like she relies on me, she trusts me like in my decisions, and when I tell her that everything's going to be fine, we have to stay here, then we'll decide, maybe we'll get back home, maybe we'll move somewhere else, but it's going to be okay. And she says, okay. She knows that I'm helping here, and she says, Mommy, I want to be just like you. And it's like the best thing a mother can hear, I think.
Protecting the children of Ukraine. That's what this is all about, and what the efforts of UNICEF to help them out in so many ways with medical, educational help, Just simply having access to clean water, such a hugely important part of what UNICEF is doing, what your donations will support when you make them today, using the URL on the screen or also through the QR code. I'm Dan Bindert, by the way, from WDCB Radio in Chicago, and Anna is with us from Virginia.
Yeah, I'm Anna Uspinskaya. I'm working here with Virtual Concert Halls, and I believe the Chicago has a guest, and we're to you, Dan, with a live interview.
Yes, we do have a guest to speak.
I'm Christine.
And so I'm going to speak with Christine Mursky is with me. She's a longtime member of the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art here in Ukrainian Village, where we're coming to you from today on the live stream. And I'm going to take my headphones off for a minute while we talk, Christine. And I know you have some very strong, as many of us do, that are seeing these things that are happening in Ukraine, some very strong opinions about it. Tell us your relationship to what's happening in Ukraine and what your impressions of things that have been happening over the past few months.
Right. Well, I visited Ukraine several times, and the last time I was there was in 2018, and it was a growing, vibrant country. The main city, Kiev, was just booming. Lviv was thriving. And to see the destruction, the horrible destruction of an emerging democracy that has been struggling to maintain its independence since it gained its independence. So it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And the relentless bombing, those poor children. I heard today they're saying that there's 100,000 children who have been taken from Ukraine into Russia. I can't imagine how those poor parents are feeling and how scared those children are. And those poor children that are refugees, my goodness, leaving their country under such horrible conditions, the fear, the instability, it just breaks my heart. And my thoughts are that Putin just wants to eradicate Ukraine from the face of the earth.
It is sort of mind-boggling to see what's going on and the destruction that's happening and how that can be rationalized in any way possible. It's just hard to understand.
It can't be. He's demolishing the cities. He's demolishing hospitals, schools. These poor people, what are they supposed to do? They're hiding in bomb shelters. They're dying. They're being murdered and abused and tortured. It is just horrible. It's horrible.
And it feels very helpless for those of us just watching it from far away, doesn't it? Because we want to help.
We want to help.
But it's hard to do that.
But individual people, the only way that we can really help is by showing our support and making our donations to help those poor people who are suffering such an unfair atrocity. And the democracies of the West are responsible for helping. They have to be. They have to be.
Yeah, and we see aid coming in a lot of ways, but it's not so far stopping what's happening there. The Ukrainian people have certainly put up an incredible
That's
fight.
right. It seems like some of our policies, the sanctions don't seem to have really hurt Putin in any real way. I heard on the news recently that it costs him $1 billion a day to keep this war going, but he's getting $1 billion a day from the European nations that require the energy. So it's a wash for him, and he doesn't care what he murders and the atrocities that he commits because he wants to destroy, genocide the whole Ukrainian nation.
And seeing the destruction in these cities is going to take years and years to build back to any form comparable to what you had experienced when you visited.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I mean, they were beautiful, clean streets. People were walking, enjoying the day. It was just a beautiful, beautiful experience the last time I was there. And now when I look at the disaster, I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
And so the one part of it is the buildings and the infrastructure and the physical things, and then the people is just on an astronomically higher level of the pain that's even caused that we see in these children.
How can you recover from that? They're going to need massive amounts, I think, of counseling and support. My heart aches Can you imagine how those people who are really experiencing this are doing? I can't. And the children.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you see the images and we see the stories of mothers, say, that are dealing with children with special needs that have had to flee the violence, and they already had the difficulties that anyone might have in life already, and then now to try to do that while fleeing this violence and destruction.
I heard of a woman who had 2 children who had cerebral palsy, and she was leaving, and thankfully Poland took her, but it's just incomprehensible how she was able to get that out just through the goodness of other people. The goodness that people have innately to help each other. That's what helped her get through that experience.
What's kind of amazing to me when you think about it, and just magnifies this impact of all of this even more, is that we're seeing the stories in many cases of the people who had a good outcome and that they were able to escape the violence and get to a camp. The stories that we don't see are all the people who didn't even make it out. So it's when we see these stories that seem so sad, of people being helped in a tent, those are really some of the better outcomes for some of the parents and children.
Those are the successes. So many are being found in the rubbles of the buildings and in the cities, in Mariupol especially. I can't.
Just absolutely tragic. I know there's been talk of chemical weapons being used there in Mariupol, and so we already what we're seeing, we know that there's probably going to be a lot more to come, unfortunately, a lot more pain and a lot more need for organizations like UNICEF that are helping
Absolutely. Everyone. I think the forces are building in the Russian section, and they are just ready to come in and annihilate whatever they can. And the chemical weapons, that's Putin's footprint.
Yeah, it's just amazing to watch this in 2022, to see this happening and think in modern civilization that we could be here at this point.
That the civilized world at this point has to watch this tragedy and not be able to come up with a plan to curtail it, to stop it, to finish it.
So right now people can donate and help out as we do this live stream for Ukraine's children. UNICEF, with their efforts, as we're seeing in the camps, but also on the ground in Ukraine, helping to deliver support to children and families. So important that people, if they can, step forward and give, whether it's a large amount or a small amount, to help this effort.
Absolutely. As you watch these atrocities and this tragedy unfolding, that's something that you can do that's material that will really help those people who are now suffering in Ukraine.
That's it. Even a donation of $5 or $10 or $20 or $50 or $100 will help add with all the other people of Goodwill who are trying to help this cause.
Absolutely, and it will show the goodwill of humanity, and maybe help us start to believe in humanity again.
That's right. Bring a little hope to the situation and help to magnify the good that we can all do.
That's right. That's right. If everybody pitches in and gives whatever they can, as you said, it will really make a difference.
Now, don't forget, you can use the QR code and just scan it with your phone. That'll take you directly to the donation site, or you can also use the URL at the bottom of the screen that you've been seeing throughout the day on the live stream, and that will get you there as well. It'll only take you a few minutes, and in this time when we all feel kind of helpless to watch this violence and destruction, it allows you to do something positive to help the cause.
That's right. It definitely will help.
Christine, thank you so much for joining us today
You're
on
welcome.
the live stream. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before you go, you've been a longtime member here at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about Ukrainian art and why it's important as a part of the culture that needs to continue as well?
Well, Ukrainians are very cultural, and the arts are very important to them. And this institute was founded in order to give modern Ukrainian artists who had nowhere to display their works in the Soviet Union a place where they might be able to display some of their works and to support the artists. And it gives an opportunity not only for Ukrainians to display their art, but modern art within Chicago. It's also a wonderful institution for the city of Chicago for the arts.
And a reminder for people, too, that this is a distinct culture that needs to continue, that's under attack right now. And
very distinct, very separate, different language, different values, different, just a different morality. It's very, very different. Separate history. We've been fighting this for a long, long time.
So what else would you like to add before we go that might inspire people to step forward and make a donation today as they're watching the live stream to help UNICEF?
Well, I think when you look at those beautiful children and the faces, as you watch TV, the ones that are injured and the ones that are traumatized, just think of all the help and support your donation could provide, besides education, counseling, medical help, support, clothing. I mean, they're just children.
Innocent and suffering because of this.
Yes.
So help UNICEF if you can today through our live stream. Christine, thanks so much for talking with us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We all hope that we'll help inspire more people to give and be a part of this effort to help UNICEF's efforts in and around Ukraine. You can do that with the URL on your screen or through the QR code. Just scan that and that'll take you there to help make your donation happen. It only takes a few minutes and you can do something really good to help this effort and help the cause of good in and around Ukraine with UNICEF. Let's see another one of the videos. Anna's joining us again from Virginia. And Anna, how about we show another video to take another look at some of the good that UNICEF is doing right now?
Yes, we can, but I thought maybe we bring a little bit more information about how the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Arts was conceived or how it was established. And your guest was speaking about the distinct culture of Ukraine and its unique roots, its unique language, its unique expression. So the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Arts had been dedicated to educating people about this very rich and very unique culture for many years. So let's roll a short video which explains and describes the work that UIMA is doing.
50 years ago, while the world was racing to put forth the first man on the moon, a group of visionaries in Chicago were charting unknown horizons by creating an alternative exhibition venue for Ukrainian contemporary artists. They named it the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. Within a few years, a larger space was necessary, and in 1978, a new location was purchased and renovated. World-renowned local architect Stanley Tigerman was selected to design the facade. He chose a minimalist design with white undulating walls and preserved the original 3 medallions on top of the building to reflect the purity of art. Being connected with the Tigerman name, the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art is included as a historical landmark on Chicago's architectural tours. A jewel of a museum in Chicago's Ukrainian Village, the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art has presented contemporary art for almost 50 years and serves as a leader in developing Chicago's West Town into a vibrant art destination. Dedicated to community engagement, it shapes the artistic legacy of the community and the city of Chicago. The galleries host up to 7 major exhibits each year, with featured artists representing a wide range of nationalities, drawing hundreds of art enthusiasts and critical acclaim from multiple media outlets. In addition to the art exhibitions that speak to the quality of the Institute's programming, the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art has continually featured musical programs by renowned musical artists, including distinguished opera singers, jazz artists, classical musicians, and rock legends. Its distinguished speaker series has included award-winning historians, authors, poets, and novelists. The Institute holds extensive partnerships and group educational exchanges with both national and international art organizations and museums. As a core member of the Chicago Cultural Alliance, the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art has been instrumental in developing a wide coalition of ethnic museums which partner to promote the grand diversity of our multicultural city. The Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art today is the result of strength of immigrants, coupled with the powers of art, volunteerism, and vision that enabled growth from a small storefront gallery promoting contemporary art to becoming the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art, acclaimed nationally and internationally as a museum of contemporary art and center of creative freedom and expression of the highest quality.
And so we're back on our live stream for Ukraine's children. I'm Dan Bindert from WDCB Radio in Chicago, and Anna Usmanskaya of Virtual Concert Halls in Vienna, Virginia, has been joining me throughout our live stream as well as we seek support for UNICEF to help with their efforts in Ukraine. And latest update, I think we're up to $8,200, Steve Robinson informed me. So lots of folks supporting UNICEF today.
Yeah, donations are coming in, and we are very happy to see people joining hands. And you can see the QR codes all over the screen. And please go to the URL www.unicefusa.org/streaming, and your donation will go directly to the cause to support the teams on the boots on the ground in Ukraine from UNICEF. And if any one of you ever were looking for the reliable charity, which is actually also very capable with helping, UNICEF has vast experience all over the world for many years and trains the teams to not only deliver the help but to deliver it very effectively. So here is a URL right there on the screen, and you can use your phone and just scan the QR code right there on the side of the screen, and it'll take you directly to the UNICEF donation page dedicated to helping children in Ukraine. Every dollar which that we receive through your donations goes to this mission of UNICEF in Ukraine to help children suffering from this tremendous devastation. Dan, to you.
Anna, I think we should also read a few of the comments that we've gotten. You know, if people make donations, they can leave a comment, and we're hoping to pass some of those along. I want to thank Vicky Stone and pass along her comment. She says, please support UNICEF's work in Ukraine. This telethon from the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art in Chicago, co-hosted by one of my wonderful friends, Steve Robinson. And Steve, a friend of mine who graciously invited me to be a part of this and has been on the live stream since 5 a.m. So he's catching a little bit of a break right now, and we're happy to have him doing that, but inspiring people like Vicky Stone. Also, Anthony Ginn, who says, the children of Ukraine are in my prayer book. And aren't they all?
Exactly. And we have more video, and I really wanted to share the video from the Elegy Art School in Chicago, prepared by the children, students of the art school. This school is providing students with many variety of courses, including Ukrainian language courses. And this is incredible. This is the giving of the children who are thankfully not in a devastated situation. They're in Chicago, safe right now, and they're giving their hope, their love, and their support, their energy to the children, hoping that they'll make it out of this terrible situation in Ukraine and will be able to study and live to their full potential. Let's roll that video now.
Діти плачуть, діти гинуть. ж таке на цій планеті коїться, поясни. Молись за нас, поки живі, як не стане нас, продовжуй ти. Облога триває, а ми просим, світе, поможи. Співаємо для України, усі разом, як єдине. Співаємо для України, всі маємо голос без зупину. Від Харкова до Львова, з Києва до Одеси, для України співаємо. Для України співаємо. Fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, we never wanted war.
Under attack, but we're fighting back. It shakes us to our core.
Bombs drop from the sky as thousands die in white. Little girls and boys, generations destroyed. We sing for Ukraine, all together, one forever. We sing for Ukraine. Raise your voices, never let up. From Kharkiv to Lviv, Kyiv to Odessa, we will sing for Ukraine. We will sing for Ukraine. We sing, sing, we sing, sing, we sing for Ukraine.
For Ukraine.
We sing, we sing, we sing for Ukraine.
For Ukraine.
We sing, we sing, we sing for Ukraine.
For Ukraine.
We sing, we sing, we sing for Ukraine.
For Ukraine.
We sing for Ukraine, all together, one forever. We sing for Ukraine. Raise your voices, never let up. From Kharkiv to Lviv, Kyiv to Odessa, для України співаємо. Для України співаємо. We will sing for Ukraine. We will sing for Ukraine. Always for Ukraine. Ooh.
And we're back here at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. I'm Dan Bindert, and with me today, as we continue this live stream for Ukraine's children to support UNICEF, we encourage you to support and donate to help all the children and families that are so in need right now, fleeing the violence in Ukraine and dealing with war that's happening right there. But part of all this, along with children, parents, mothers, fathers, and families that are in need.
Mhm.
This is also about Ukrainian culture and
Yes.
the attack on Ukraine in that way. And I'm joined now by Adrienne Kochman, who's a curator here at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. And so, Adrienne, welcome to the For Ukraine's Children live stream.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, you have a book that we want to talk about in just a moment that just looks incredible. Before we get to that, I want to ask you a little bit more about Ukrainian art itself and the history and where it falls in place in in the artistic scene and what you do here at the Ukrainian Institute.
Well, actually, it's quite complicated. It's gone through a lot of changes since independence in 1991. Generally, there's a general agreement that after, with independence, I should say, contemporary artists, modern artists were really interested in Western art forms and working with New Wave, Neo-Expressionism, lots of themes that were coming from the West at the time, even images of food, which became popular in the 90s.
I'm sure a massive cultural sort of explosion that happened at that time, along with all the other changes that came to life.
Very much so. But really, in the 21st century, the subsequent generation of contemporary artists, at least, have been much more interested in social, political, economic issues pertaining to Ukraine itself. The language for contemporary art changed. It became more Western, I would say, and a lot of the themes were about corrupt politics, electing new presidents, or corrupt elections, which prompted the Orange Revolution. And then the Maidan Revolution. And so a number of artists are responding to those kinds of things. Also environmental issues, the desire to be included in the EU and the problems with that, the complexities of that, and kind of being pulled to the West and then having Russia kind of hanging over their shoulder like an albatross. Those are common themes.
So those are some of the themes that you'd see reflected here on a regular basis at the Ukrainian Institute for
You would.
Modern Art.
You would. Sometimes we also exhibit more historical works. We're a forthcoming exhibit on that we're expecting in mid-June or planning for in mid-June is on Michel Andrienko. That's the French legal pronunciation, spelling of his name. In Ukrainian, it's Mikhailo Andrienko, but he was a World War I refugee who escaped from Odessa to Paris as a consequence of World War I. He was about 18, 20 years old or so, and made his way perilously over there because he had artist training, and that was really the destination point at the time. And he remained there his entire life until he died in the early 1980s. So we will be exhibiting a survey collection of his work, meaning like kind of a sampling of his career output from a collection here in the Chicago area.
And so, 100 years ago, artists fleeing war, and now, this time later in 2022, amazing to see so many people fleeing again, the violence that's happening in Ukraine.
Right.
You brought with you a very interesting looking artifact, a family piece, I believe.
I did.
That comes from another war, from the World War II era.
Yeah.
What could you tell us about this? And why don't you show it show us this just a little bit so we can see.
Where's the camera? Oh, there.
Actually,
what's better for you?
And this is a diary, as I understand.
Yes, it is. It's my aunt's diary. My mother had an older sister who passed away just a few years ago, but they escaped Poltava, which is east of Kyiv, west of Kharkiv. Poltava right now is a smaller city, maybe the size of Madison, and it's where a number of the Kharkiv refugees are traveling to because there isn't direct shelling there right now. So it's a little quieter, and they escaped more or less when the front started to recede. The Germans had invaded Ukraine, and they used it as an opportunity to escape west. So the diary begins actually when they've made it as far as Slovakia, and they're about to leave Slovakia. And my aunt is 15 years old, And her first entry is from February 15th, 1945. And they're in Bratislava, and she's writing about like each day, kind of what happens, just key points. And the first one is, today from like early morning, we're planning to evacuate it's the first evacuation of 1945. In other words, they've been in Bratislava for this month and a half. And prior to that, they were in Poland and Ukraine. So she says then the whole day has been spent packing up. Tomorrow we'll for sure leave. Then the next entry is, it's still morning and we, let's see, the translation, the verbs are in a different place than in English, so
you're
it takes me a
translating
minute.
as you're reading here
I am.
in real time.
Yeah. Well, she's basically saying that they never expected to be going, and she's writing, well, we made it to the train station, but they redirected them they wanted to get to Germany because their father was going to be a laborer for a family, and they were redirected because the train line was bombed out. So eventually they made it on the train at 8 p.m. and they leave Slovakia. She says the next day, then, the third day on the 17th, there are 22 people in their train wagon. 5 are families, of which 8 are children. And they end up outside of Vienna in a small town. And this is where they start looking. They see barracks outside of the town and so on. And it keeps going. She talks about air raid, like bomb alerts, bomb alarms. And sometimes they are able to train on the train, make it through. There's one though, she says outside Salzburg, the train stops near a field and everybody runs out of the train cars into the field because they think the train is the target. But then if she says, well, everyone ran into the forest, but Dad and us stayed by the wagon. I mean, they stayed by the train car. And he was an ex-military man. He kind of knew, he was pretty savvy.
He had a sense about it.
He had a sense about it. And I think that really saved them, honestly. In the story, the things that he had to go through, he had disappeared for 3 days. Before they got to Slovakia, he had disappeared for 3 days. The family didn't know where he was. He had gone out maybe to get food or talk to connections about getting to the next safety point. And he was hiding in a bog and he was sick. I mean, after that he had health problems, but he was hiding because it was either Nazis or resistant, all kinds of factions. He's like, I don't want to go. He didn't want to leave the family and get taken away. So he made it back to them. But there are lots of entries here. And
what an incredible window into the day-to-day uncertainty that someone faces during wartime. I mean, I imagine there are a lot of parallels to what people are seeing now. It's not just the violence and injuries and destruction, but also just that day-to-day uncertainty of not knowing from one day to the next what your next move is going to be. It sounds like it's reflected in
absolutely. Oh, absolutely. It's a recurring theme. Throughout it, she writes that the war is over, or peace has been declared, although she says they're still fighting, even though there's a treaty that's been signed. But she says, we don't know what's going to happen to us. Are we going to be sent back to Ukraine and then sent to Siberia for trying to escape? She celebrates her 16th birthday and is sad. She says that she didn't expect to spend her birthday in a foreign land. She said everybody, there's peacetime, all the countries, it seems safe, but then they're all of us, meaning all Ukrainians, all the displaced persons that have no country to go to. We don't know where what's going to happen to us. And later there's the UN refugee organization that was active in kind of organizing people, all the refugees after World War II, UNRWA. And she writes that they can't get, like her father went to a meeting, and they can't get, the information they get is different depending on who they speak to. So they don't know where their next, like where they'll be the next month.
And the information changes probably every day, and it's not
That's
reliable
right.
even when you get it, because
Correct.
everyone's guessing to some extent.
Correct.
Of how to handle
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So what happens in the end then in the family history, if you don't
It's a
mind
good
sharing it
story,
somewhat?
actually.
Yeah,
It's a happy
interesting,
story.
yeah.
They are placed with a farming family in Bavaria, in Wangen, and eventually moved to Augsburg and a couple of other cities, small cities. They receive training, like job training, language skills. They are in the American zone. So my aunt, because she was older and of age, immigrated to New York. Her uncle had preceded her, so she was able to stay with her uncle. Then my mother had to wait another year or two until she was of age, because you had to be 18 to go by yourself. And they went by boat. And she met her, for some reason, she was sent to Philadelphia, but then from Philadelphia, she could get to her family. So they all stayed together. And the family just like, her parents came a few years later. Everyone had like different permission timetables. And they all rebuilt their lives in New York City. And I was born in New York.
Incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you think of, I think when we think our picture of immigration, of people from wherever they're coming to come to the United States, you think of a line, or just you think of the boat coming across the ocean. You don't think of this zigzag pattern that they probably took for years in Europe, that's described in the diary, to get to this path that eventually brought them here. But then they were able to regroup. That's
right. They
wonderful
regrouped,
story.
built families. We have cousins. We're in this. Yeah.
And brought the book.
And I brought the book.
The diary along.
Yeah,
Could you flip
wonderful.
back a page? There was, I think, was that a drawing?
Yeah,
that
this
was a
is
part
her.
of it. We should show that for the camera as well.
This is her. It just says Diary 1945 in blue and yellow.
Yeah,
There
that's
you
what I
go.
noticed,
This
the colors.
is what she drew.
And so that was drawn
Yeah.
in 1945, somewhere
Yeah.
on the run in
Slovakia.
Europe, Slovakia.
In
yeah.
Slovakia. Yeah. When she was 15.
So now when we see people that are, not to bring it back to a sad thing, but that's what we're
Yeah.
here for. And, as we see people now that are fleeing violence and probably taking some sort of similar zigzag pattern through Ukraine and into another European country, Poland, one of the major way stations right now, not knowing where they might end up or whether they'll be home again. It really kind of brings it all home for us, and how important it is to support the efforts that support the people that are dealing with this.
Absolutely. It makes such a difference. It makes such a difference. And also the positivity helps. The encouragement, the hope. I mean, you can't get through it without hope. And our family, they had hope. And you didn't, it was just, you just kept believing you would make it.
That somehow you're going to get through it.
Yeah, and they did.
And so hopefully what we're doing today, maybe in some small way, that people can donate to help UNICEF and help people who need a little bit of hope and something positive to help them along in their journey, whether it's eventually to get back home, hopefully, or to come to another European country or the United States ultimately, like your family did. It would be something that is really worthwhile right now. It's so necessary and needed that you support the efforts of UNICEF if you can today through this live stream. As you see the QR code on your screen, you can scan that, or the URL that's at the bottom of the screen as well for UNICEFUSA.org. To go to that, make your donation, whether it's large or small, and help out this effort that is so in need right now in and around Ukraine. And Adrienne Kochman, thank you so much for being with us to tell your family's story and a little bit about the Art Institute itself here.
Thank you, Dan. It's been my pleasure.
Thanks, Adrienne, and we hope so many of you will be inspired now to come forward and make a contribution to help UNICEF today during this live stream for the Ukrainian children. I think we have a video. I'm not sure what number it is, but we might want to call up. It reminded me of a video that I saw earlier as you were talking, Adrienne, about the story of your aunt being a teenager at the time, being 16 and not knowing where she was going to celebrate her birthday. We saw a video earlier that I hope we can get back to that featured a young man who's, I think, 17, and he's talking about his friends being scattered right now, and he doesn't know where they are. They're either fighting or had to flee, and he has these normal teenage concerns of wanting to play his guitar and make music, and at the same time not even knowing if he'll ever see the people he loves again. So it really connected with me hearing your family's story.
Very much so, very much so. But as maybe an encouragement to that young man, one of the things that they didn't have in World War II was social media. And it's so much easier to trace people now and reconnect. And even then, I have to say, my mother's family, they were able to reconnect with other people, and they met new people and found other, people from their hometown that spoke the same dialect, and it was so heartwarming for them. It really was.
I imagine it would bring you a lot of joy after going through the difficult times. Well, Adrienne Lockman, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dikin. I'm from Kyiv, Ukraine, and I'm 16 years old. My whole life destroyed on February 24th because of Russian rockets. School, friends, everything. On 26th of February, I was supposed to have a boxing competition. I was writing songs, singing, playing guitar, hanging out with friends, studying, but now it's all gone because of one crazy person and Russian army that killing our civilians and even now bombing our cities. My friends who are 18 joined the army instead of living peacefully in their homes, of studying in university. Now they're protecting our home, protecting our freedom from Moscows that's trying to occupy our country. I don't know even if are my friends alive or not, because I can't call them. I don't know where are they. My father left in Kyiv, my family left in Kyiv, and I don't know what will be tomorrow. Please, stop war.
Бути сильними, робити те, що говорять батьки, і щоб Росія не забирала куски в інших країн. А то ви бачите, зараз є повітряні тривоги, бомби. Вчора кинули ракету Росії біля танкового заводу. Біля нас є аеропорт, і ми дуже боїмося. Будь ласка, підтримуйте нас і нашу країну, Україну. Я показую свою рідну країну, в якій я залишуся назавжди. Я ніколи не буду її перекривлювати і буду її завжди любити своїм серцем.
Привіт, мене звати Ілля. Коли я узнав, що йде війна, нас мама розбудила дуже рано. Я спитав, чого. Мама все мені розповіла. І до того, як була війна, я ходив нормально до школи, спілкувався з друзями, ходив на футбол, на майданчики, спокійно гуляв по місту, їхав до бабусі в гості. А тепер, із-за того, що війна, цього більше немає. І в мене немає можливості просто це зробити. Просто війна – це страшна штука. Дай Боже, щоб ми виграли, щоб відвоювали свої міста. А тепер в парк я не можу ходити, нічого не можу зробити. З вулиці не можу вийти, тому що всім кажуть, що там зараз міни. І взагалі зараз опасно виходить за місто, і Херсон зараз під окупацією. Всім привіт! Мене звати Артем. Я живу в Херсоні під окупацією. В мене є брат-близнюк, його звати Ілля. Коли почалася війна, в мене ця війна забрала грати у футбол, ходити до школи, грати з друзями. З тих пір я не виходив багато днів. Мені страшно, я не знаю, що буде завтра. Із-за цього мені треба ховатися в підвал, ходити. Мені дуже страшно. Я думаю, що ми переможемо, перемога за нами. Ми відвоюємо свої міста, і ми це знаємо. Перемога за нами. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
You know what has happened to us? If ever there was a time for us to take a look at our own hearts, into our own souls, we have to do something. We cannot bear witness to the genocide that is taking place in Ukraine right now. The pictures and the photographs, they don't even capture the real horror that future generations will be going through. Now, I know that there's fear. Politicians don't do anything. They're worried. We can do something, each of us, so we can look at ourselves in the mirror and say, I did something. I didn't stand by and watch this happen. Please take the time. I don't care if it's a small pittance of money. Send something so that you can feel like you're a part of saving the soul of humanity. Thank you very much. I hope you will.
And we're back on our live stream for Ukraine's children from the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art in Ukrainian Village here in Chicago. And Anna Uspenskaya is going to be joining me from the virtual concert halls in Vienna, Virginia, to talk some more. But right now we're seeking your contributions for UNICEF to help support their efforts in Ukraine, in and around Ukraine, in the countries where people are fleeing the violence to. And as we see these videos, very inspiring to think that UNICEF is helping to bring just basic humanity to people that are in need of this right now. There's such a great need, and UNICEF able to provide it through water, food, counseling for people who need it. And so your gifts to support UNICEF today will help to bring some relief to people who are in need. You can do that right now by using the URL at the bottom of your screen, or also through the QR code, and we encourage you to do that and to help out. Anna? I'm not sure if we've got Anna, but we'll get back to her soon. But we had a wonderful visit just a moment ago with Adrienne from the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art here in Chicago, who was telling us her family's stories and her aunt's diary as they fled violence in World War II. And
was just amazing to see the parallels between what she went through and what people are going through right now as they move with uncertainty in search of health and safety and the type of help that UNICEF can give them. And so we hope you'll consider supporting UNICEF today through this live stream event. It's been going on since 5 o'clock in the morning, and I know we'll have Steve Robinson with us later today for more, and we have more guests coming up as well. Right now, I think we'd like to go to another one of the videos and show some more footage on the work that UNICEF is doing in Ukraine.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the Blue Dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF Blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids' moms. We're passing off the Blue Dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the Blue Dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this Blue Dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
This is full of people who've come, are trying to get out of Ukraine because the conflict won't end. And it's surrounded by toys, by food, by volunteers, by gifts from everyday Ukrainians who just can't do enough. But it's also got kids like Elvira, who doesn't know where she's from, but knows she loves her hometown, doesn't know which country she's going to, but knows she doesn't want to leave. But while conflict continues, that's the reality. And while that's the reality, we need to support. Thank you.
Today, 7.5 million children in Ukraine need to find safe water, shelter, and warmth. Show them the world cares. Support UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine.
We're back on the live stream for Ukraine's children from the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. I'm Dan Bindert, and we're going to be joined in just a moment by Motria Melnyk of the Ukrainian Institute, and she's going to talk to us a little bit. But before we get started with the interview, I want to show a video that Motria helped to put together. So we're going to show that, but in the meantime, please make your donations to support UNICEF and our efforts today using the URL that you've been seeing at the bottom of the screen, as well as the QR code. As the donations continue to roll in, we're getting closer to the $10,000 mark already today. I think we're over $8,000, and we would love to be able to break that $10,000 mark soon. So we're getting close. Your donations will help us to beat that and provide some great support to UNICEF in and around Ukraine. So now let's take a look at this video brought to us through Motria.
My name is Motria Melnyk, and I am president of the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art. I am Ukrainian American, first generation born in the U.S. My parents left Ukraine fleeing from the Germans during World War II and eventually settling in Chicago. Putin attacking Ukraine, a peace-loving, sovereign, democratic country with war, breaks our hearts. We at the Ukrainian Institute of Modern Art are honored to partner with the virtual concert halls as part of the online fundraising endeavor to collect funds for UNICEF USA, as they are providing aid to children and families in war-torn Ukraine. Thanks also to Steve Robinson for planting the seed of this wonderful fundraiser. Russia's armed attack on Ukraine is unprovoked, illegal, and unjustifiable. Called a special operation by Putin, it is in fact the mass murder, the barbaric massacre of Ukrainian civilians. Perhaps the most terrifying and devastating of this invasion are children experiencing trauma, being wounded or killed. On the night of February 23rd, children fell asleep in the warmth and love of their homes. Overnight, they were exposed to leaving their homes, being separated from their loved ones, watching people being killed, and listening to the constant air raid sirens. Imagine the terror these children feel in dark basements, watching their parents as they sit in fear, worried that a missile may hit their building. Imagine all the babies born who start life not knowing what a peaceful blue sky looks like, for all they see is the gray concrete ceiling of a dark, dingy basement. Imagine a wounded child and the pain and suffering they undergo. Imagine a child seeing her mother being hit by a bullet and falling lifeless to the ground. A child shuddering in fear every time a siren is heard. There will surely be a new generation of traumatized adolescents. We need to help these children. Please find it in your heart to support Ukraine's children by donating at www.unicef.usa.org/streaming or using the QR code. I thank you.
And Motria, the video that you showed, the images in it, just really grab a hold of us. It's hard to not be affected by it when we see it. Especially as you talk about the trauma that people in Ukraine, children in particular, are dealing with right now. Motria Melnyk is joining me now on the live stream with me. She's the president of the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. Motria, thanks for joining us today.
Oh, thank you for having me.
And the video, very moving.
Well, I wanted to tell the story, but words are fine, but when you have images, it's much more powerful. And I wanted to have people see what it's like in Ukraine through the images and my story. So I learned how to do editing and videography. I'm kind of at my kitchen table, actually, but I've made quite a few videos in my time. So I did this 2 days ago because I knew we were gonna do this, and I wanted to do it differently instead of just talking, so.
Well, one of the things as you talk about imagery is all around us in an art museum, but particularly right now in the room next to us,
right.
Where there are television interviews and things like that going on today also to help spur donations to UNICEF. There's artwork on the wall there that has been inspired by the current war that's been happening.
We usually in the East, that's the East Gallery, we have our permanent collection. But we decided with the war in full swing, we decided to open the gallery and have people come and portray their feelings through either writing or drawing or painting or whatever medium they wanted to use. So we have a lot of people coming in to get those feelings out, and it's sometimes we have lines waiting for people to come and create their emotions. So it's very powerful. Some people leave those things for us. They donate it for us, and we just had a St. Nicholas school come with the kids, and there were children who came from Ukraine during the war, and the moms want to come with the children to paint canvases to kind of show how the war affected them. So we're kind of excited to see that, and I told them they could have a whole wall and really, art really brings out your emotions and your feelings. So
allows people to express things that don't always come out
right. So I'm very, I'm looking forward to seeing what those paintings will look like, and how, especially the children's art is so amazing, and there's so much you can tell by just looking at it. So I'm very happy they decided they want to do this.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the art before I came in to be a part of the live stream today, and there's a whole range of emotions
right
there. That some things are more reflective of sadness, some are more of defiance and anger.
Yeah, and they're all people, and they're not, people off the street. Actually, when you go outside, you'll see somebody did some stenciling on the sidewalk that he didn't want to go inside. He wanted to do it on the sidewalk. So we have all kinds of creative people coming.
Could you talk to us a little bit about how the Institute here has become a focal point for efforts to help Ukraine. I know there have been some fundraisers, things like that, and we're talking about the artwork as well.
Yeah.
What could you tell us about the role that it's played?
Well, when we heard about, when the war broke out, we were brainstorming what could we do to really, fundraise for humanitarian aid. And music is something that really lifts the spirit, soothes the soul. And we decided, and we had 2 events, and they were so different. The first event was a jazz concert, and we held it not here, but at Chopin Theater. And it was local musicians. Orbert Davis and his Philharmonic Orchestra were
Great
there.
trumpeter, yeah.
Yeah, and Lynn Jordan was there with her Shivers, with her, and it was very. Not only was it great, but it was very nostalgic because Orbert Davis, as well as Lynn Jordan, 20-some years ago performed at the Maidan in Kyiv. And so they were telling stories, and they're very, Ukraine and Ukrainians are very dear to them. So this concert, all these musicians performed pro bono.
And it wasn't just abstract to them either, as you mentioned, because they had been there.
And Lynn Jordan told stories about how they were there. And there was Leandro Varade, who is a wonderful pianist. And then we had Ukrainian local, they're from Ukraine, musicians that are quite known as well. So it was a wonderful, sold-out event. So that was the first one. But the second one was this past Saturday, and it was at St. Nicholas Cathedral, which is right down the street. And it was also a fundraiser, and that was magnificent. It was with the Lyric Symphony and chorus, and then there were Ukrainian professional musicians in the group and the chorus. And we have a music committee, and the head of the music committee is a musician, and he's a conductor, so he conducted the concert, and it was just unbelievable. It was so beautiful. There was a woman that sang Ave Maria that everybody just,
People probably cried.
Yeah, it took them to
the
tears.
impact of the moment.
Yeah, and the cathedral is magnificent, and with there were 100-some performers, so it was like huge, and we had a very good showing as well. And the money is going. Part of the money is going to the Ukrainian Medical Association of North America to buy medical supplies, and part of the money is going to pay for education for these refugee children that just got here. So that was how the money went.
So 2 big fundraisers, and now today's event is a major event as well.
We're working hard, but it means so much to us to do our small part, to help them in Ukraine, because things are really so sad and difficult there. I started talking to one of the moms that was just here, and she started crying. They're still they can't get over that. But what they said is they feel so good here, and they feel, one of the moms said, we know Ukraine will win because we have so much support here. She called us like little Ukraine here. And she says, we have so much support from the diaspora, from us, that she knows Ukraine will survive and thrive and be and rebuild, and life will go on.
Well, it's a great thing you're doing, and being able to use this as a resource to provide help.
Yeah, and when Steve was the one that kind of
planted the seed about doing this fundraiser. And, you know, there was not even a moment to think about it because we just wanted to be part of this, because UNICEF helps children, and those children, when you see these pictures of these children that are wounded, or the terror they go through when the sirens go off, or you know, how many kids saw their parents perish and die. You know, you just want you want to do everything you can for these kids, because children need, you know, childhood should be a happy, safe childhood. And they had it till February 23rd. They laid down.
They had happy childhoods, and now all of a sudden,
You know,
this thing that
yeah.
seems unfathomable
February
in
23rd, they laid
2022.
down in their home, in their, you know, beds at home, and then the 24th they had to run and leave, and you know, the trauma of leaving your school, your friends, your home, everything, and going somewhere that you don't know where you're going and where you're going to wind up, and you know, it is so traumatic. And I'm sure there will be a generation of adolescents that are going to need a lot of help to overcome this. So I think we need to do whatever we can for these children at this young age, because they have to get help.
Well, you can do that right now by supporting the efforts of UNICEF with your donations. We're closing in on the $10,000 mark, I think. We still have a little ways to go, but if you contribute right now, you'll be helping to hit that mark this afternoon as the live stream continues for Ukraine's children. You can use the URL at the bottom of the screen or the QR code. Just scan that, and it just takes a few minutes to make a donation and help out and add to these great efforts that Motria and everyone here at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art have been undertaking for a while now with these events. So I don't want to put you on the spot about future things, but I imagine this looks like it will continue,
Well,
you know, that it's going to be continuing
We had an
effort.
offer about a future concert, but that's, you know, it's just a thought.
But today is certainly what this is about right now. So if you can provide support today through a donation, we would be most grateful, and I know the children and the families of Ukraine will be grateful to get the support from UNICEF.
Thank you.
Thank you, Motria, so much for joining us today. So make a donation again, and before we roll another video, want to just thank a few of the folks who are helping out here today. Bill Yeoman's video producer, Erica Runis, the audio producer, Bennett Spencer, video director, and also Michael Manhoff, video director, all who are lending their work to help the cause with this live stream today. So support us today if you can. Support UNICEF is who you're supporting, and their efforts in Ukraine so that they can help children and families there with water, food, counseling, and all of the other needs that are so great right now with the war in Ukraine and the terrible things that are happening there. You can do something good about it today with your contribution. Again, use the URL at the bottom of the screen or the QR code. And my name is Dan Bindert. I'm going to hand off in just a moment to Steve Robinson, who will be back as part of this all-day marathon live stream. So thanks for being with us, and keep the donations coming to UNICEF today.
And thank you very much, Dan. It was a great pleasure to work on this stream together with you. And I hate to see you go, and I'm welcoming again Steve Robinson, who's going to take over again. Steve was up since 5 in the morning today, and he just took a short break. This stream is dedicated to helping children in Ukraine. And if you're watching this, we're very grateful for your attention, for your time. Please share it on social media. Please invite your friends, invite your colleagues, invite the companies and anyone you know, or just post so that we can raise the awareness of this drive to collect funds for UNICEF and its teams currently working in Ukraine to help save children, to provide children with a safe environment, to give them what they need, basic needs, to help them move away from devastated areas of the country to find peace, find shelter, find counseling, and start rebuilding their lives. Children need to continue their education. They need to feel safe. They need to feel protected. And that's what UNICEF is helping to accomplish on the ground in Ukraine. Right there, you can see the URL, unicefusa.org/streaming. The money you donate through that link is through dedicated page on the UNICEF goes directly to the mission of the UNICEF in Ukraine. You can also use the QR codes right here in the left corner. Just like you do at the restaurant, scan the QR code and it'll take you to the same page. Any amount of help will be greatly appreciated, and it'll make the difference. Together, even with small contributions or large contributions, whoever can do what you can, we're providing vital lifeline to these people devastated by the situation in Ukraine. Many children are separated from the families. We heard today from about shelters and about families losing members and not being able to find them without help, and the gratitude of those people to those who are able to come in and help. And that's what UNICEF is doing currently in Ukraine, and that's exactly what you're supporting. And I can see that Steve is getting ready to join us, and we have an announcement to make. Earlier today, we had a challenge, a matching donation from a Chicagoan who donated $2,000, and there was a matching fund encouraging everyone to follow her steps and donate what we can to match the $2,000 mark. And we did that. We did match that this morning, and now we have another matching donation coming this time from Robert Mursky. And he's challenging our viewers with a $3,000 donation to UNICEF, to their mission in Ukraine. So we would like to ask you, our viewers, our listeners, please help us make the mark and match the generous donation by Robert Mursky, the $3,000 matching fund. And we will be showing some more addresses which were sent to us prior to this program as we were preparing from people around the world. And I'm not sure if Steve is ready to take over, maybe not. Meanwhile, let's see a little bit more about what UNICEF exactly is doing in Ukraine. Let's see that video which explains the blue dots, what it means and what it provides to refugees coming out of Ukraine.
Hello everyone, this is Enrique from UNICEF. I'm reporting from the Moldova-Ukraine border at the town of Palanca, where UNICEF has set up a blue dot. The blue dot provides services such as psychosocial support for the families that are coming from Ukraine. There are social workers, there are psychologists. It also provides child-friendly spaces for the children who come to be able to play and rest and have a minimum of normality in their current struggle.
Dar cel mai mult facem terapie prin joc, deja ținând cont de copil, cât de gata el este să se încadreze în activitate cu noi. Ținând cont și de vârstă, ținând cont și de localitatea de unde vine copilul, copiii vin diferiți, emoțional diferit. Starea lor emoțională este diferită. Unii copii sunt stresați și nu se lasă de mămici, se țin de mămica și noi nu putem să intervenim, nu avem niciun drept să-l atragem din brațele mamei nici ca acum. Unii copii sunt mai descătușați, unii copii poate să vină și să așeze și doar are nevoie să deseneze, el rămâne el cu gândurile lui și colorează ceea ce el simte. Alții copii se încadrează în activități foarte ușor. Ei sunt foarte deschiși, pentru noi este foarte ușor să lucrăm cu ei pentru că noi le cunoaștem limba. Și respectiv, odată ce cunoști limba, e un pas deja spre activitatea în continuare. Părinții, cumva, starea emoțională a părinților se transmite copiilor, da? Și dacă părintele cumva apucă așa copilul și strânge la piept și zice nevoie, nu te temi, respectiv copilul se teme. Sunt situații când părinții atât de emoțional sunt afectați, noi mai întâi trebuie să lucrăm cu părinții cumva și apoi să trecem la copii. Da? Și dacă vedem că nu putem să intervenim la moment și n-are rostul, noi îl lăsăm pur și simplu pe părinte să se liniștească, să înțeleagă, să pună picioarele pe pământ și apoi respectiv începem sau invers luăm. Atât timp cât părintele este emoțional dezechilibrat, noi lucrăm cu copilul și ea cumva să acomodează situația.
Și în momentul dat sunt părinți care spun, spate să vă cuprind, spate să, da, mulțumesc mult pentru acordul care ne l-ați dat, ajutor. Pentru că acești părinți este important doar să stai să-l asculți. Unii părinți sunt care, da, depinde iarăși de categorii. Să înțelegem că nu toți vin aici, vin cei care au nevoie.
And we're back at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art, and we are doing a fundraiser for UNICEF, and you saw those wonderful videos produced by UNICEF, and we hope that the work that UNICEF is doing, and particularly the videos they have produced, will inspire you to give us a call. No, not to give us a call, but to go to the URL at www.unicef.usa.org/streaming. That's the place to go. And I'll give you an update on the tally here. We are currently standing at $8,446, and we're very pleased with that. $8,473, so it's coming in. And every little bit helps. I've said it over and over again throughout my career in raising money for public radio stations. It really is not how much you pledge and how much you donate. It's how many people actually make the donation. So if you pledge $10,000, that's wonderful. If you pledge 10, it's just as wonderful. And we really mean that when we say that. The tragedy in Ukraine is so overwhelming, there's no words really left for it. And we're joined here by Joanie Bayhack, who has been really instrumental. You see the banners behind us, and all the way the place has been laid out has been done with Joanie's help. Joanie, thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank you. It's been wonderful to work with you. And I was just telling Steve that he just sort of folded in all these incredibly passionate, talented people who just stepped up immediately. It was not even like anyone hesitated that I saw. And I know when you called and asked, you said, I need a favor. I said, okay. A big favor. I said, okay. And I said, I'm so excited about this effort. You can't possibly do it in 2 weeks. And you've done an amazing job.
Well, I couldn't have done it without people like you, and you took care of you helped organize me, because I can sometimes can be, you know.
That's how creative geniuses are. There's a little scramble, but you did it, and people are giving and they're stepping up, and Chicago's and Illinois is a wonderful state. They have broad shoulders and they're generous with their heart.
And when I called the first TV station, well, I can say it was ABC, and the guy by the name of John Idler. I mean, it was instantaneous.
It
was instantaneous, and then all his colleagues at the Illinois Broadcasters Association, it was like that. They didn't ask any questions, why, where, who. They just said, where should we be, what can we do? And they're in the other studio doing fundraising throughout the day through the state of Illinois, and it's just been wonderful. All three major commercial stations are here. They've been interviewing everybody. They've probably interviewed 15 people, and you hear it and you see it on TV. And they've raised over $100,000.
I know, and the day is young, so I'm hoping that everyone watching, I don't know which camera I'm supposed to look into, everyone watching can just go online and make a donation, whatever's comfortable, because when you watch the news, as Stephen said earlier, when you watch the news, the pain is universal, and you see these children and the families and the fear in their eyes. You've got to do something. You've got to just do something. And as you said, $1, even $1.
Oh, $1, as I say, I've said this a lot, $1 is the same to us as $10,000. It's not to diminish a $10,000. And by the way, we've received word, I'm going to speak to you about it, we can announce it in the next break, of a very, very generous matching gift that's come in, but I want to talk to that person. I think he wants to talk to me, and we'll work it out, but we'll mention that in the next break. It's really quite quite a challenge grant. So we'll
Should
talk
I
about
acknowledge this gift, or is that the gift you're talking about?
That's the gift I'm talking about.
How nice.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Very, very
I
generous.
don't
He
know
is
what-
the most generous person.
Yeah, should we acknowledge it now, or read that? What does it say? Do we have anything to work out with this guy? Because he's he's a wonderful.
Yeah, Robert Mursky's donated $3,000 to
Okay,
this
so
cause.
it's on the table, but
That is
but
lovely.
he wants it to be a challenge.
He wants it to be a challenge. Wow. I think that's a great motivation.
Yes.
That means your dollar goes double. So if you give 5, it really means 10. So
No, I'm going to write
you
this
describe
down.
it better than I do.
We are at
My math skills are a little
we are at 8,500.
Ooh!
So
So we might get to 10.
well, Robert's
Where do you-
match won't come in until we hit 8,
Oh.
9, 10, 11, 11,500.
Oh!
So that's a tremendous match, and Robert is a wonderful gentleman from Chicago.
Yes.
And he just stepped
RDM
forward.
companies. He's very, very generous with his heart about causes of all different kinds.
Yeah.
You can ask him, to support something important to you, and that becomes important to him. So
So Robert, we thank you very much for that, and we are going to make it a challenge. That's the when you give a gift, you can sometimes specify different things.
Right.
And Robert has specified that this is a challenge. So if you're going to pledge now, if you pledge $1, it's worth $2 to UNICEF. If you pledge $100, it's worth $200, and so on. And I know that UNICEF appreciates what we're doing. They appreciate what the Illinois Broadcasters Association is doing, and the money is needed more than we can ever begin to say. You've seen it all on TV. I've run out of words to describe the horror.
right.
I said I've done 100 pledge drives for classical and jazz radio stations. I never really felt like tearing up doing any of them.
Well, I feel like
But
that when
this
I
one's a
watch
li-
the news at night.
this
And
one's
you
a
said
little
this
different.
morning early, you said, I've never felt like I'm crying when I did a pledge drive. I haven't felt this emotional.
Yeah.
And I thought, I feel that way when I watch the news. I get so upset. And I just have this inner voice that says, help, just help, do something. And what they need is money. They need money to rebuild their country and to take care of their families and the children. It's heart-wrenching, but it feels better to help than not help.
UNICEF is in 190 countries, and we had a lady on, Beth McCausland was on this morning, and she said, just in passing, she said, among other things, UNICEF is involved with vaccinations. And she said, during the pandemic, we vaccinated half the children in the world.
Wow.
And I stopped her. I said, wait a minute, what did you just say? And in the world, they have, and so that's how organized they are, that's how committed they are, that's how wonderful they are. But then when the disaster struck on February 24th in Ukraine, they still have to keep their other work going, but they have 120 people on the ground in Ukraine, and they're working around the clock to try to help the kids and the families.
Well, I remember when we talked early on, you said, I'm thinking about, which organization should we support? What's the most efficient? Who's already got boots on the ground? Who understands this whole thing and the complexity of it? And you said UNICEF. I'm all in. And then they've been wonderful.
Yes.
I mean, how they turned around that press release approval. Loved it. So there were so many partners involved in Alpha
Yeah.
Graphics. I just want to thank them.
Yes, thank you for reminding me that. The banners that you see here and just to our right, you can see a little bit of that. They're terrific. And Alpha Graphics here in Chicago,
Yes,
the office
it's
in West
West Loop.
Washington.
Andrew said, again, I said, can you give us a good deal? And can we get 2 for 1? And I'm terrible at negotiating, ask anyone that knows me. But he just interrupted me, said, we'll take care of it. And I cried. I sent you a picture of me hearing about it.
We didn't really ask him
No.
to donate anything.
No.
He just did. And that's the way people are throughout this whole incredible humanitarian disaster, which we all hope ends very quickly. We had the Right Honorable James Cleverly in from Britain earlier today, and he was just so, he talked about how committed Europe is to this, and he's so proud of the Ukrainian people for the fight they've put up and the resilience that they have. And we've even seen little 8-year-old kids who sent us videos from Ukraine. One of them said, we played it throughout the day, I'm scared, I'm down in a basement, I can't go out, I don't know where my friends are, I haven't been able to do anything, but we're going to win, and the resilience of an 8-year-old.
And they're so articulate and so positive.
Right.
I saw that tape this morning, I just thought, it's an emotion I don't think I've ever felt, quite this feeling of compassion and empathy and hope that we'll all get through this.
So let's remind ourselves that Robert Mursky, a very generous individual from Chicago, just called or texted a few minutes ago. He's got a $3,000 challenge, which he's put on the table. I said we're at $8,500, so when we get to $11,500, we will meet Robert's match. And when anybody makes a gift of that size, they have the right to put a little restriction on it. And he did a wonderful one. He's making it a challenge, and nothing motivates listeners, there we go again, or viewers more than a challenge. So that's it. It's at 11. It's at 10. We're at 8,500. Let's get it up to 9,000 as soon as we can. There's the URL on the screen, unicefusa.org/streaming. You see the QR code up there in the corner. It's very easy to do.
If you just walk by the screen, it just pops up.
That's right, I know.
This morning I walked by to get my dog, feed my dog, and I had my phone in my hand, and it opens up.
Right,
it's
and
the
of course
coolest
you
thing.
gave more money every time.
Of course I did.
Okay.
I did donate.
So let's see what's going on in Virginia, and we'll see whether Anna is with us. We'll see if are you there? Hello, Anna, come in, Virginia. And we should mention who Anna is. It's Anna Uspenskaya, and she is with Virtual Concert Halls, and they're the ones that are taking the feed from here. We stream it to Virtual Concert Halls in Vienna, Virginia, and then Anna and her team. And Anna, if you could mention everybody's name. I haven't mentioned everybody's name on the team yet, but you stream it to Facebook, Twitch, YouTube and LinkedIn. And it's on all those
Vimeo.
platforms.
It's on every major platform.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
So nice to see you again.
So nice to see you again, and thank you for all you're doing. You're there all day long. It's unbelievable. And Steve has been there since 5 a.m. He had a little break, but not a very long one. So yes, and I would like to thank our team at Virtual Concert Halls for volunteering their work. They've been at work for the last week and a half, and on this 18-hour straight broadcast, no breaks. It's continuous broadcast. Thank you very much. Frana Rusinovich, our technical director, Igor Zubkovsky, who is the general producer and show director, Fedor Spensky, creative producer and show director, Ante Bozic-Kudrich, producer, show director, Chris Au, host, script writer, and he'll be joining us to help host this program again in a couple of hours. And we are an international team and a multi-generational team. We work with young producers in their 20s and 30s, and with people my age. And everyone is putting their hearts into this effort. We're donating every minute of our time to this effort and all the technology at our disposal to help bring awareness to this drive to help Ukraine's children. Please support UNICEF, because UNICEF is a tremendous organization. It is able to provide large quantities of help, but not only very qualified help. Their teams on the ground are able to really organize effectively. Every dollar you donate is being put to work at its very best.
Anna, I just want to say hello to you and thank you. It's Joanie. You were wonderful
Joanie,
to work with. You. And I just this morning saw the little video that we took of you playing music during one of our meetings. And I just thought she's just been lovely and so great with your resources and the talent that you have working with you. And the banner design and all of that was just so appreciated. And thank you.
And thank you, Joanie, very much. This is the first time we see each other.
I know.
But we talked over the emails and multiple communications preparing this event, and you're amazing at organizing everything and holding everything calmly and together. And I have to admit, for me, this is a very emotional journey. I'm a Russian-born American pianist, and I have lots of ties and family and friends in both countries, in Ukraine and in Russia. And I panicked a few times, and you guys held me in
and you
line.
wrote such a beautiful
focused.
letter that Steve just absolutely loved. He read it to me on the phone, and I said, do I get to work with her? And he said, yeah, she's going to help us. So at doing things that none of us understand how you do it, but you do it really well. So,
thank you very much. Well, I have great help, especially young people. They really know how to do this. But thank you for your tremendous effort. And again, we're joining our hands, we're joining our efforts, and we're asking our viewers and listeners, please join us. Whatever you can help. If it's a large amount, we're greatly appreciative of it. And if it's a very small amount, we had very small donations, and a few of them, we're getting a little bit of feedback. It looked like they came from kids.
Aww.
Maybe they were giving their lunch money. And this is greatly appreciated too.
it makes your heart feel better just giving something, anything. So,
exactly.
Aww.
Setting an example of how the world can come together and really stand up for the goodness.
And hold hands. I love that line.
Yeah.
Oh. Anne, I'm going to give you back to Steve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for talking. And while Steve is putting his headphones on, Steve, do you have a plan for another guest, or should we show some of the addresses?
We should show some of the videos that we have, particularly the ones that were recorded for us. Anyone that you think is good, they're all extraordinary. You might start with where's the sheet? There's Marta Farian's son. It's only 50 seconds, but it's really terrific. That would be.
Yeah, that's very touching.
That would be where do you go? Number 2, VA2. It's 50 seconds. You might follow it with anyone that you feel is. They're all tearjerkers and heart-rending videos. So I'll leave it to you.
Let's roll this one.
My name is Roman Forowitz. I'm a resident of Lake Forest, Illinois. I was born in America, but my mother's and father's families all came from Ukraine. This Russian war against Ukraine is very personal to me. I still have family back in Ukraine. Seeing the mothers fleeing with their children from the brutality of the Russian invasion is just devastating. I still remember when I was young, listening to my grandparents talk about how horrible it was living under the repression of the Soviet Union. We cannot let history repeat itself. Please, donate whatever you can using the website address or the QR code listed on the screen. The world needs to come together to help. Long live Ukraine.
That's a very, very touching address, and thank you. We thank you very much for recording it for this program. Wonderful. Steve, would you like us to roll, maybe refresh for people to understand better what exactly UNICEF is doing on the ground?
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
Yep. Let's see the video which they prepared to explain the exact actions they're taking, and it's incredibly how professional and efficient they are.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the blue dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids' moms. We're passing off the Blue Dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the Blue Dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this Blue Dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
This is full of people who've come, are trying to get out of Ukraine because the conflict won't end. And it's surrounded by toys, by food, by volunteers, by gifts from everyday Ukrainians who just can't do enough. But it's also got kids like Elvira, who doesn't know where she's from, but knows she loves her hometown, doesn't know which country she's going to, but knows she doesn't want to leave. But while conflict continues, that's the reality. And while that's the reality, we need to support. Thank you.
Today, 7.5 million children in Ukraine need to find safe water, shelter, and warmth. Show them the world cares. Support UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine.
And we are back at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art in Ukrainian Village. It's a little community in Chicago, and Chicago has the third largest Ukrainian community in the United States and the biggest in the Midwest, and the people here are so concerned, I guess that's kind of a mild word for what's going on in Ukraine. Our dear friend Marta Farian has organized and helped organize 6 or 7 rallies since February 24th when the horrible invasion began. One of them had 20,000 people downtown. I was at one just a few weeks ago near what they call the Water Tower in Chicago with 500 people, and the energy and the flags and the banners and the speeches were so wonderful from Senator Durbin and Congressman Jan Mikowski from Chicago and so many other politicians and just people so concerned. There was one lady whose name escaped me from Poland who represents, she's from Chicago but Polish, and just made a brilliant, moving speech about how Poland is supporting Ukraine in this. So we urge you to, I know you don't, if you don't live in Chicago, you don't have to be Ukrainian to understand the severity and the awfulness of this moment in Ukraine's history. It started February 24th. We're not sure when, nobody knows when it will end. We hope soon. And so what we're doing today is a fundraiser for UNICEF. UNICEF, we're working very closely with them. we are raising funds for them, and the money goes directly to the on-the-ground effort that UNICEF is making in Ukraine. You're donating to a big international organization, but in this particular case, the funds you donate are going right to UNICEF in Ukraine. They have over 120 people on the ground. They also have people in surrounding countries because the refugee crisis has created humanitarian needs in those countries as well, and UNICEF is there. You can donate at unicefusa.org/streaming, and we just got a wonderful $3,000 match from a fellow by the name of Robert Mursky. Robert is known to us, a good friend of ours, and he wanted to make it as a challenge. And when he made that challenge, we were at 8,500, and now we're a little over 8,600. So we are on the way to making that challenge. So in other words, if you pledge $1, that's worth $2 to us during the challenge. If you pledge $5, it's worth $10. If you pledge $1,500, then it's worth $3,000. So on you go with that. Challenges are very effective. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or LinkedIn, we urge you to make a comment. You can go into the chat box at any of those platforms and make a comment. We'll get it right on the screen. But mostly we urge you to just go to the URL and make a pledge. Or the QR code right over my shoulder over there, right there. There it is. Okay, it's all over the place. That QR code will also get you to the page that UNICEF has set up just for us. So the /streaming means that we know what's being contributed to this effort that we're making here at the Ukrainian Institute for Modern Art. And we thank the Ukrainian Institute for turning over the galleries. There's 2 galleries. We're in one gallery with our little setup that Bill Yeomans and his crew and Eric Arunas and everybody has put together. Took hours and hours to set up. And in the other gallery, there's 2 big galleries here, the Illinois broadcasters have joined hands and they're doing their own fundraiser for UNICEF. And they're doing very, very well. I don't have the exact total, but it was well over $100,000. And they're joining hands. It's very unusual for the broadcasters in one state to, forget about any kind of ratings or competition with each other and join hands for a humanitarian effort. It doesn't happen very often. I don't know that it happens in many other states. Don't have all the stats on that, but it happens in Illinois and it happens in Chicago, and they're doing that right now. But we're also here doing a continuous stream of 18 hours, and the funds are coming in to help the people, and particularly the children of Ukraine, because that's what UNICEF specializes in. I was really astonished this morning when Beth McCausland from UNICEF, the regional branch here, the regional division, said in passing that UNICEF is very big on vaccinations, and they've been working during the pandemic. And she said very casually, UNICEF has vaccinated 50% of the children. I thought she was going to say in Ukraine, but she said no, in the world, on the planet. One organization, UNICEF. So when you support them, you're not supporting their global effort right now, you're supporting their effort in Ukraine. We have a lot of videos which talk about what they're doing on the ground. The blue dot video, talking about those blue dot tents, the little safety zones they've set up. The work is so extensive and so complicated and so complex, and the logistics are so hard. And of course, there's a lot of danger because they're in the line of fire as well. So we're going to urge you to go to that website there, unicefusa.org/streaming, and really match Robert Mursky's most generous contribution, because we don't want to lose that. When someone makes a pledge at that level, they can dictate the terms of it, and that's okay with us because Robert's terms were, I want it matched, and that's the type of gift that we like the most, to challenge us, to challenge you to match his generous contribution. So it was 8,500 at the level when he phoned that in. So when we get to 11,500, well, then we will have made his match. So please call. No, don't call. It's my radio ghost haunting me. You're watching, and you can go to that URL and go to that QR code. So we're going to see what's going on in Virginia. In Virginia, we have the virtual concert halls, and they are taking what we're doing here at the Ukrainian Institute, and we're feeding it to their big servers and their complex studio and all of the switching and the graphics and the teamwork they have there. A few minutes ago, we had the credits from virtual concert halls, about 10 people all working, and I can tell you they just didn't show up this morning. They've been working around the clock for the past couple of weeks just for this day. Anna Uspenskaya is there Let's see, yes, I can hear myself
Yes, I'm
twice
here.
in my ears, so I know she's
That
on.
means I'm here.
Yep, that means you're here. Fortunately, you're not hearing yourself twice. You can kind of learn how to talk through it. No one knows what I'm talking about. But Anna, thank you very much. You know what we haven't heard, and this might be a good pause, that wonderful orchestra from Toronto. And the conductor, I forgot his name, introduces...
Norm Armand.
That guy, right, exactly. That's exactly what I meant. And he's playing a Ukrainian, would you call it a ballad, or?
It's a melody. It actually has quite a story. Miroslav Skorik composed the piece as a soundtrack for a movie which was dedicated to the wartime theme. The movie director had some troubles with the then Soviet regime with getting the movie out, but eventually it did hit the screens, and this particular piece, the melody which was composed for it, eventually became so popular that the composer found himself hearing it being played by street musicians. It became
Really?
sort of a spiritual music of Ukrainian spirituality. It's a very well-known tune, and many Ukrainians will recognize it in a snap. And this piece it was performed by Symphony of Toronto on April 1st in the concert which they dedicated to Ukraine. So let's roll the piece. And that was again Miroslav Skorik Melody, a very well-known piece to all Ukrainian people. It's the melody which you can hear in the streets in the peacetime.
Very beautiful melody, and really tears at your heart. Music says it the best. We talk and we put words out, but music really can reach a much deeper level, as Anna Uspenskaya well knows, as being a great musician herself. So we're going to remind you once again, I'm going to check, I'm going to tell you about that pledge from Mr. Robert Mursky. And when he made that pledge, it was a $3,000 challenge, we were at $8,500. We're now at almost $8,900. So we've gotten $400 into the challenge, the $3,000 challenge. So we appreciate that, Robert, and we hope it's incentive for people to come. Now at 6:05 Eastern Time, we're going to bring you a live feed from the Pritzker Military Museum here in Chicago. And there's a panel. There are 3 people on the panel. It'll be from 6:05 to about 6:30. I don't know 2 of the panelists' name. We're going to find out, but I know the 3rd panelist, and it's Colonel Alexander Vindman, who is in Chicago for this panel at the Pritzker Military Museum. And we all know Alexander Vindman for the courage that he's displayed a few years ago when he was working in Ukraine and ran into trouble at the White House. So hopefully he'll be here, but you'll definitely hear that panel at 6:05. We're going to take a live stream from the Pritzker Military Museum. That panel goes on at 6. They're probably sold out for the people listening in Chicago who might want to go, but you might check. So that's coming up at 6:05. So we are $400 into a $3,000 challenge. So wow, that happened in just a couple of minutes. So we're doing very, very well. Now we're going to play now some, we'll put Anna back on, and Anna can tell us what we're going to play rather than my guessing.
Yes, we would like to again show you what UNICEF is doing on the ground, because this stream is dedicated to supporting UNICEF work in Ukraine. It's a special mission response to the emergency response by UNICEF, sending people, sending goods, sending help to Ukraine's children right now. That's where your donations are going. So we will play the video which UNICEF prepared for us, so that you know what your money are supporting. And if you can't go there physically, I don't know about you, but I would like to run up to Ukraine and try to help, but I cannot do that. Then I can do something different, and so can you. Let's try our best to support children in Ukraine with what we can offer. Go to the QR code or to the URL. It's right there, unicefusa.org/streaming, and please help us match that matching fund which was just offered to UNICEF by generous person Robert Mursky. Thank you. Let's roll that video.
I'm in Ukraine, about 50 kilometers from the border of Poland. This border is packed with cars that have come for days and days to get to this point. People are also walking. This is 50 kilometers, that's a 10-hour walk. It's freezing, it was snowing a couple of minutes ago. Today has been a day soaked in sorrow, more stress and sadness than I can almost ever remember seeing. I'm just watching all day fathers farewelling their daughters and their sons as they're fleeing across into Poland, husbands farewelling their wives, families being separated. It's gut-wrenchingly sad. But amid all of that sadness and sorrow, then you find places like this where communities rally round, where communities are here from dawn till dusk, cooking food, looking after children, helping people on that journey. That's also what's happening here amid the crisis in Ukraine.
So basically you can see this is the biggest border crossing in Romania. The highest number of people come through here. And let me walk you to the Blue Dot and show you what we did. A Blue Dot is a one-stop shop for a range of services being provided to the kids and their families crossing the border here at Siret, from counseling to a warm place to rest and access to Wi-Fi. They're very visible. The UNICEF blue is here. Also, we hung one from the tree. These are the two containers with the resting area. They're well equipped and warm inside. These two, they're supposed to be offices where there will be laptops and we will register kids, moms. We're passing off the Blue Dot to the local authorities, and they're the ones that are gonna manage it from now on. We're also providing them with training, how to talk with people, how to talk with the kids, how to manage certain situations. And from this, we're trying to scale up the Blue Dot so they're connected to each other, so the next country knows what's happening in this Blue Dot with the family that's coming in from Romania. When they pass in Hungary on their way to Italy, let's say, which happens a lot, they already have the information. If the kids are vaccinated, if they have any medical issues, they already know the history, so they don't have to do it a second time.
This is full of people who've come, are trying to get out of Ukraine because the conflict won't end. And it's surrounded by toys, by food, by volunteers, by gifts from everyday Ukrainians who just can't do enough. But it's also got kids like Elvira, who doesn't know where she's from, but knows she loves her hometown, doesn't know which country she's going to, but knows she doesn't want to leave. But while conflict continues, that's the reality. And while that's the reality, we need to support. Thank you.
Today, 7.5 million children in Ukraine need to find safe water, shelter, and warmth. Show them the world cares. Support UNICEF on the ground in Ukraine.
You're watching a live stream, all-day live stream for Ukraine's children. We are here for 18 hours straight today, streaming from multiple locations. Our main press room is in the Ukrainian Institute of Chicago, and that's where live interviews are happening. And we had wonderful interviews, many people coming in, talking about their work in support of Ukraine, and especially in support of Ukraine's children. And we also have some guests joining us virtually, and in the next segment we will have more guests joining virtually. And we're also presenting many video addresses which were sent to us in preparation to this fundraiser from around the world. And as you can see on the screen, let's put up the big QR code. This is a fundraiser. We're raising funds for UNICEF for their emergency response program supporting children in Ukraine. Every dollar you pledge and every dollar you donate to UNICEF goes directly for this cause. So we ask you to please help us raise as much money as possible, because UNICEF is a large organization with vast experience at helping people, and especially children, in devastated situations. They not only bring a lot of help, they also bring very professional and very well organized help. So the least is wasted, and every effort is really put to the best ability to perform on the ground. We saw many videos from UNICEF explaining exactly what they do, about the blue dots, tents and communication, how they deliver and distribute the goods and the help and psychological counseling and everything to the children in Ukraine. And here's this URL, unicefusa.org/streaming. That's the URL which takes you to the page where you can donate to UNICEF for this particular cause. Same with this QR code, which you can scan with your phone. It's very simple, and it takes you to the page where you can choose the amount of donation. And if you donate $1 or $1,000 or $3,000, any amount will help a lot. We appreciate every cent of it. Thank you very much. Please stay with us for the next segment, which is going to start in less than 1 minute. And we prepared a lot more interviews, music, testimonies from children from Ukraine. And we hope you stay with us, you join us, and you join our effort helping children in Ukraine. Stay with us. Next segment is coming.